All right, come closer. Tonight we're going to drop you, quite unwillingly, right into the soggy, smoky, suspiciously cabbage-scented heart of medieval Europe. You blink awake, face down in what you hope is just mud. The air is dense with the smell of smoke, manure, and something unidentifiable but deeply concerning. You can hear chickens clucking, someone coughing like they've been doing it since the Crusades, and church bells tolling in the distance, possibly for your soul. You sit up slowly. The ground beneath you is not just dirt. It's a slurry of excrement, rotting straw, and decades of bad decisions. Your clothes are the only modern thing for miles, and they're already ruined. A goose walks past you with more dignity than you currently possess. You're not in Kansas anymore, or Tokyo, or even 2025. This is 1347, give or take a papal schism. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stagger to your feet. The village around you is a cluster of wooden huts, their roofs thatched with straw, and likely infested with all kinds of wildlife. People bustle around in rough woolen clothes, gray, brown, grayish brown. Everything's a little blurry because glasses don't exist yet, and the local version of vision correction is probably prayer. A child stares at you, then runs off screaming. An old woman makes the sign of the cross and hurries away. You've landed in a place where bathing is rare, shoes are optional, and you may have just committed a crime by existing. Historical fact of the night. The average medieval village housed between 100 to 300 people, all clustered together without plumbing or sanitation. Think of it as the original tiny home movement, minus the Pinterest charm. You walk through the village, trying to look unthreatening, which is hard when you're muttering, "What the actual," and dodging geese. Someone throws a cabbage core at your head, not playfully. Your stomach growls. The last thing you ate was probably a protein bar. Here, the choices are limited. Old bread, suspicious stew, or, if you're lucky, a handful of turnips. Oh, and water? Don't. Unless you'd like to meet some friendly intestinal parasites. A small crowd starts forming around you. They're whispering. Some point to your shoes. A boy pokes your jacket and yells something in Middle English, or maybe it's just angry peasant. You catch the words sorcerer and devil box as someone gestures at your phone. This might be a good time to not reach into your pocket. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval people genuinely believed that sneezing expelled evil spirits. So if you sneeze right now, you might accidentally start a witch trial. And speaking of witch trials, you're suddenly yanked by the arm by a very sweaty man with 3 teeth and a wildly waving cross around his neck. "To the priest," he bellows, because, obviously, the village cleric is also the local doctor, judge, scribe, and vibe checker. Historians still argue whether medieval people truly believed strangers were demons, or if it was just a convenient excuse to deal with outsiders. Either way, you're now being half dragged, half shoved through a crowd toward a chapel made of warped timber and divine anxiety. Your feet are soaked. The mud seeps through your sneakers, which someone tries to steal mid-drag. You kick them gently. They bless you in response. You're ushered into the chapel. It's dim. It smells like incense, and the priest is holding something that might be a Bible or might be a cheese ledger. He looks at you like he's debating exorcism or taxation. Your head spins. You try to explain. Bad move. He stares at your mouth. Tongue of serpents, he mutters. Great. You smile awkwardly. He does not smile back. There's a long silence. Then someone yells outside. The crowd parts. A man walks in, holding a large rat by the tail like it's a prize. Found this near the bread, he says proudly. You remember something? Rats. Bread. 1347. Oh no, this is the year it begins. The year the Black Death starts spreading. You're not just in medieval times. You're in that year. Maybe go ahead and sneeze. It can't get worse, right? The priest is still staring at you. Lips pursed, like he's chewing a lemon rind soaked in suspicion. The chapel is claustrophobic. Low ceilings, musty wood, and faint whiffs of incense trying valiantly to mask centuries of body odor and goat hair. You try again to speak, more slowly this time. I'm not from here. You gesture vaguely around. A terrible move, in hindsight. One of the altar boys gasps and drops a candle. The priest raises a hand and chants something in Latin. Your memory of Latin is limited to school mottos and Da Vinci Code trivia, but you're pretty sure you hear Maleficus and Diabolus. Neither sounds particularly welcoming. Outside the chapel, the crowd is growing. Peasants with gap-toothed curiosity press against the warped wooden door. You catch bits of shouted gossip. He came from fire. His cloak shines like a prince. I saw a demon crawl out of his sleeve. All right. That last one might be a misinterpretation of the flashlight on your phone, which, by the way, is now at 12%. And no one here has a charger, not even the priest. He moves closer. You speak like no man of England, he hisses. Your tongue is twisted, your garb is cursed, and what manner of stone glows in your hand? You consider explaining Bluetooth, then wisely decide against it. Suddenly, a bell tolls sharply, not the calm, melodic church bell. This one is faster, frantic. The villagers outside go still. Someone yells, "The sickness again," and a few people bolt, like they've remembered they left the stew on the fire. You realize with a sinking feeling that your arrival may have coincided with someone's very dramatic sneeze. Fringe historical tidbit. Some villages blamed illness on outsiders, celestial alignments, or even the shape of vegetables. So yes, being weird-looking and unfamiliar, not a great combo. The priest grabs a vial from the altar and flings a splash of holy water at you. It hits your face. You blink. It tastes like copper and burnt rosemary. Charming. Historians still argue whether medieval villagers genuinely believed in possession, or if they simply used it to explain everything from seizures to sass. Either way, you've just been labeled as not normal, which is often just a prelude to pitchforks. You step back, hands raised. I'm not cursed, just confused. Too late. The priest is muttering faster, and someone behind you starts chanting along. A woman is crying. Another is drawing a cross on your back using a fishbone. Helpful or horrifying, you're not sure. A young boy steps forward. He looks about 10 and far too brave. If he be cursed, why hath the sun not scorched him? He asks. The room quiets slightly. Small logic sparks in a sea of superstition. You exhale slowly. Maybe you can build on this. You reach into your jacket and pull out, well, the least threatening object you've got, your lip balm. You hand it to the boy like it's an offering. He twists the cap, sniffs it, and beams. It smells like lemons, he shouts. Lemons are exotic. Lemons are expensive. Lemons are not possessed. The crowd hesitates. The priest narrows his eyes. You smile like your life depends on it, because it kind of does. Then, a second child points and shrieks. His belt's made of metal dragons. You realize he's referring to the tiny decorative buckle on your jeans. For them, it might as well be cursed relics from the East. The whispering starts again. A decision is made. They will not burn you. Yet. Instead, you're to be watched. By whom? A rotating crew of old women with walking sticks and suspicious expressions. Welcome to medieval parole. They march you to the village edge and push you into a hut that smells like damp wool. Smoke and disappointment. A straw mat sits in the corner. A small fire crackles in a hole in the wall that qualifies as a chimney only in theory. As the door shuts behind you, a plank drops into place, locked in. You lie down slowly on the straw. It crunches in a concerning way. Your phone dies. Total darkness now. Outside. Someone coughs. Then another. The priest chants again. This is going to be a long week. You wake up coughing. And no, it's not a dream. Your nose is filled with smoke and the musky tang of a room that's been home to more goats than humans. The fire's long since gone out, and the straw beneath you feels damp. Or maybe that's your own sweat. Someone bangs on the wooden wall. A voice shouts, "He lives! The cursed one wakes!" Charming. You push yourself upright, your spine lodging a formal complaint. There's a bucket of something in the corner. You decide not to investigate. Then it hits you. The noise outside has changed. No more gossiping villagers or clucking chickens. Now it's the sound of distant wailing. Bells toll again, erratic, clanging like a warning. You step outside. The air is heavier today. Still that scent of smoke and manure. But now, something sweet and rotting beneath it. You've smelled that once before, in a garbage chute during a hot summer. But here, it's in the wind. A woman walks past you, clutching a small bundle. She doesn't look at you. Her eyes are wide. Her mouth tight. Behind her, a man stands in the dirt, sobbing quietly next to what might be a covered cart or a makeshift stretcher. You realize this village isn't just paranoid. It's scared. Historical fact. The Black Death began spreading across Europe in 1347, likely arriving via ships from Asia through the port of Messina. From there, it tore through villages just like this one, killing between 1/3 and half the population in less than a decade. You stumble down the path, trying to find someone, anyone, who isn't running away from you. Eventually, you spot a group of villagers gathered around the priest again. This time, no one's worried about your jeans. They say it starts with boils, whispers one woman. Black under the arms, like devil's bruises, says another. I saw 3 men dead by sunrise. Someone else mutters. You feel your forehead, just in case. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval cures for the plague included rubbing onions on your skin, sitting in a sewer to balance out the bad air, and, yes, smearing crushed emeralds on the tongue. Unsurprisingly, none of these worked. The priest catches sight of you and, oddly, waves you over. You glance behind you. Nope, he really means you. We must pray, he says. If you are a visitor from the stars, perhaps your voice reaches God more directly. Oh, great. You kneel. The ground is cold. Mud creeps into your pant cuffs. You mumble along with the prayers, vaguely Latinish noises. No one corrects you. Honestly, no one's listening anymore. Historians still argue whether medieval people truly believed the plague was divine punishment, or whether that explanation simply provided comfort when science and medicine failed. All you know is that someone nearby is shaking, violently. It's a young man, maybe 20, crumpled on the ground with a feverish look in his eyes and a strange, purple blotch spreading along his neck. The villagers take a step back. Someone screams. The priest fumbles with his cross. Then silence. The man lets out one last rattling breath. And just like that, he's gone. A cart is brought. No shroud. No funeral. Just tossed atop two others like old sacks of grain. A boy is handed a burning torch and instructed to walk behind, muttering prayers. You try not to retch. You ask, cautiously, "How do you protect yourselves?" The priest responds, without irony, "Avoid sin, avoid strangers." He looks directly at you. Right. You're offered a remedy, a pouch of dried herbs to hang around your neck, which smells like overcooked tea and old shoes. Apparently, it wards off miasma, the bad air thought to cause sickness. You tie it on. You still sneeze. No one says anything. Yet, one woman approaches you. Her eyes are hollow. "My daughter, she has fever. You fell from the sky. Please, help." She grabs your arm, desperate. You want to say no. You want to run. But you also want to survive. So, like a fool or a saint, you follow. Inside the hut, the air is thick with heat. The girl is young, 8, maybe 9, pale, sweating. You kneel beside her, press the back of your hand to her forehead like your mom used to. You have no medicine, but you have presence, calm. You talk to her. You help her sip water. You wipe her forehead with the least dirty rag you can find. She looks at you like you're an angel. You're not. You're just someone trapped in a time without antibiotics. Still, by the end of the hour, her breathing eases. For a moment, everyone forgets to be afraid of you. The villagers call you blessed. The priest frowns. You think you might be in danger of becoming a folk legend or a scapegoat, depending on how tomorrow goes. Outside, another bell tolls. Your stomach growls again, loudly. And while everyone's suddenly treating you like a part-time healer and full-time mystery, no one's offered you food. Not that you're sure you'd want any. The smells alone are challenging. You follow your nose, mostly out of hope, partly out of desperation, toward what appears to be the village's communal cooking area. It's a large fire pit surrounded by soot-covered pots and people stirring with sticks that haven't seen soap since the Magna Carta. You approach cautiously, trying to ignore the rats darting between logs. One woman eyes you, and finally, blessedly, hands you a bowl. For the Star Walker, she mumbles. It's a grayish-brown stew. Floating near the surface, a sliver of onion. What might be barley. And something you pray is a root vegetable. You take a bite. It tastes like sadness, boiled socks, and, okay, a hint of garlic. Not the worst. Historical fact. The medieval diet for peasants was built around pottage, a thick soup made from whatever they had on hand, which usually meant onions, cabbage, leeks, and a whole lot of hope. You finish the bowl in minutes. It fills you, vaguely. Then someone hands you bread. You bite in and almost break a tooth. It's stale enough to qualify as medieval weaponry. You nod politely, chewing with effort. The woman smiles with 2 teeth and says proudly, "I saved the good crust for you." You manage not to weep. A man next to you rips a leg off what might be a pigeon and offers it. You accept, for diplomacy. It's chewy, a bit smoky, and you think you detect rosemary, or possibly just dirt. Fringe tidbit. Some wealthier tables seasoned food with exotic spices, cinnamon, cloves, even saffron. But for the common folk, flavor came from smoke, salt, or simply being so hungry it didn't matter. As you eat, you begin to understand why everyone here looks slightly malnourished and deeply suspicious of poultry. A child runs by, holding a carrot like it's treasure. Another licks a rock. No one stops him. You glance at the other pots bubbling over fire. One smells faintly of fish, the other of boiled turnip and ambition. You consider asking what meat they use, but something in you knows you don't want the answer. Suddenly, a commotion behind you. The village's only pig has escaped, and a dozen people give chase. It's chaos. Someone yells, "It's the feast pig," and dives into a mud puddle. Historians still argue whether village feasts were truly communal, or if they were dominated by local lords handing out scraps to show generosity and power. Either way, this pig is apparently a very big deal. You turn back to your bowl, which has now been claimed by a chicken. You let her have it. She's earned it. One old man stares at your hands. "Soft," he mutters. "Not born to work." You smile. "I do. Very advanced tasks." He squints. "Like sorcery?" You hesitate. "Sure." You try to make yourself useful. You chop something that might be a parsnip. You stir a pot. You point out that maybe boiling something for 7 hours makes it lose its flavor. The cook ignores you. Someone offers you ale. You sip. It's warm, flat, and oddly yeasty, but safer than the water, which is currently green. Historical fact. In many medieval villages, beer and ale were safer than water due to the boiling process during brewing. Children often drank small beer with very low alcohol content just to avoid parasites. The day drags. Your energy fades. Food here gives you calories but no joy. You're beginning to understand why medieval folks dreamed of heaven so often. It probably smelled less like boiled cabbage. You sit by the fire as twilight settles in, stomach fullish, heart uncertain. Around you, people laugh, burp, scratch, and pass wooden bowls. You're one of them, at least, for now. A girl hands you a shriveled apple. It's half rotten. You eat it anyway, because somehow it tastes a little like home. You wake up scratching. A lot. The straw mattress, if it can even be called that, has introduced you to a charming new cast of characters. Fleas, lice, and a suspicious crawling thing that may or may not have made eye contact before disappearing under your tunic. You sit up slowly. Your neck itches. Your wrists itch. Your soul itches. Someone outside calls. Time for market. You shuffle out into the morning chill. now wearing what passes for medieval fashion, a rough-spun woolen tunic that smells like sheep and regret, a belt made from twisted rope, and a pair of leggings that itch in places you didn't think had nerve endings. Historical fact: clothing for commoners was often made of undyed wool, coarse linen, or, if you were really lucky, scraps of someone else's discarded fabric, patched together and worn until it quite literally fell off. Today's mission, apparently, is to look less suspicious. A village elder takes pity on you and throws a tattered cloak over your shoulders. You now resemble either a beggar or a traveling juggler with a drinking problem, which is, arguably, an improvement. They march you to a small stall near the village entrance where trade happens. A few root vegetables lie sadly on a wooden plank. There are no coins changing hands, just bartering. Turnips for eggs, cabbage for nails, a live chicken in exchange for a kiss on the cheek. You pretend not to notice that last one. One man offers you a deal. These shoes for your glowing rock. He means your dead phone. You consider it. It's just a brick now, and your feet are wet. You decline. Barely. Fringe tidbit: medieval shoes were often just leather bags with a sole sewn on. No arch support, no rubber, and certainly no laces. Just a hope and some string. You glance down at your own footwear. Once a proud symbol of modern comfort, now tattered, mud-caked, and thoroughly unimpressive. You begin to envy the guy wearing 2 different turnips tied to his feet. A boy runs up to you and thrusts something into your hands. It's a baggy, shapeless thing. My mum made it. It's a shirt. You smile and thank him. It's scratchy. It smells like smoked meat. You put it on. Everyone cheers. You blend in, visually, at least. You help an old woman carry bundles of firewood. She rewards you with a boiled egg. You try not to cry. The egg is warm. The yolk is yellow. It might be the best thing you've eaten since waking up here. A small crowd gathers. They're fascinated by your belt buckle. One man asks if it's magical. Another dares you to remove it. You do. He runs away screaming. Historians still argue whether medieval people genuinely believed in talismans, or whether it was simply easier to assign unknown objects mystical properties than admit ignorance. Either way, your zipper remains deeply unsettling to these people. Someone offers to trade you a live rat for your shining eyes. You eventually realize he means your sunglasses. You decline. Barely. As midday sun filters through the smoke of cooking fires and chimney holes, you sit on a log with a woman named Ellen. She's missing half her teeth and all of her patience. She teaches you how to stitch a tear in your new shirt using a bone needle and thread made of flax. You prick your finger. She claps. "Now it's yours," she says, dead serious. You smile. You've bled into worse things. You look around. Everyone's busy, not happy, not healthy, but busy. There's a rhythm here, a scratchy, smoky, sore-footed rhythm. You feel like a rock dropped into someone else's pond, and the ripples haven't settled yet. You reach for your phone out of habit, still dead, still useless. A relic in a world of rough wood and rougher hands. A dog barks nearby. Someone throws it a bone. The dog looks at you like you might be next. You pull your cloak tighter and realize it smells a little like hay, a little like sweat, and oddly, comfort. You're starting to look the part. Now all you have to do is survive it. You're woken at dawn by someone banging a stick against your door and shouting, "Field time! Up with ye, lazy owl!" You groan. Medieval people really have something against sleeping in. You shuffle outside, wool tunic half on, trying to remember what century you're supposed to resent right now. A man with an enormous hat and absolutely no sense of personal space thrusts a wooden hoe into your hands. You work today. Harvest oats, or dig, or bleed. We'll see. Delightful. Historical fact. The average peasant worked from sunrise to sunset, 6 days a week. Sundays were for church. But even then, chores didn't stop. Life wasn't a 9 to 5. It was more like a 4:30 to eternal fatigue. You're led to a field. It's endless. Golden stalks shimmer in the weak sun. Pretty. For about 3 seconds. Then you're told to start pulling weeds. With your hands, the dirt is dry, crumbly, and absolutely full of sharp things. A teenage boy next to you grins. First time? You nod. He pats your shoulder. By supper, you'll want death? An hour in, your back hurts, your fingers are bleeding, your shirt is soaked in sweat, and you're pretty sure your right boot has become a small ecosystem. Then, horns sound in the distance. The village leader, a man with more furs than friends, rides up on a scrawny horse and declares something about honor and service to the crown. The boy next to you groans. Again? Already? Within minutes, the work stops. The villagers gather. A soldier rides into view, dusty and armored, looking like he hasn't blinked in a week. He reads a scroll aloud. By royal decree, all able-bodied men must report to the edge of the forest at sunrise. Prepare for march. Those who resist shall be conscripted by force. You laugh. You can't help it. The soldier does not laugh back. Fringe tidbit. During certain medieval periods, monarchs would demand military service directly from villages, either to defend territory or launch poorly planned invasions. Often, villagers weren't trained, armed, or particularly willing. You try to hide behind an ox cart, but someone grabs your shoulder. You're strong. You'll carry the spears. The next hour is chaos. Men and boys scrambling, grabbing sacks, sharpened sticks, dented helmets. A few are drunk already. One is crying, loudly. You're handed a pike. It's taller than you and smells like mold. You try to explain you're from a different place, maybe a different time. They assume you mean different village and tell you to shut up. Historians still argue whether conscripts were ever truly effective, or just warm bodies with pointy sticks. Records suggest they mostly stood around looking nervous while the real fighters handled things. You're herded with 20 others to the forest edge. There's no armor, no map, just the vague promise of defending the realm. You whisper? From what? Someone shrugs. Whales. Maybe. Wolves. No one tells us. You begin marching. You last about an hour before tripping on a root and spearing your own foot with the pike. It's a miracle you don't impale yourself. The soldier sighs and assigns you to support. Your new job? Carrying a bucket of water for the real fighters, which is fine by you. The bucket smells like old fish, but at least it doesn't bite back. You walk and walk, feet blistering, sun burning your scalp, sweat trickling down your back. You pass more fields, a fallen tree, a man relieving himself while holding a sword. No one blinks. At dusk, the soldier yells, "Camp here," and everyone collapses. Fires are lit. Food appears from mysterious sacks. Bread, dried beans, something they claim is beef. You sit with the teenage boy from earlier. His name is Wymond. He offers you half a beet. You trade him your last mint. He cries. It tastes like royalty. The night is filled with snores, smoke, and distant owls. You try to sleep, curled beside your water bucket. You wonder, is this your life now? Fighting imaginary wars in itchy clothes for kings you've never met. You close your eyes. Somewhere, a twig snaps. You don't open them. If it's a wolf, at least you don't have to weed tomorrow. You awaken to the delightful sensation of something nibbling your toe. Not gently, not romantically, definitely not consensually. You kick hard. A rat the size of a medieval house cat squeals and vanishes into the underbrush. Morning greetings here are aggressive. Camp is already stirring. Smoke curls up from small fires. Someone's burning what smells like old cabbage and optimism. A man relieves himself onto a nearby bush, humming a hymn. Another sharpens a stick with a rock like it's perfectly normal. Because here, it is. You're expected to march again. But today, it's Sunday, which means something different. Church. The soldier barks orders and gestures for everyone to assemble. Mass before marching, no exceptions, even him. He adds, pointing directly at you. You nod. Of course. Church. What could go wrong? Historical fact. Religion was the backbone of medieval life, whether it was plague, drought, or just a stubbed toe. Everything was explained and justified through divine will. Attending Mass wasn't optional. It was survival. The church is little more than a stone box with narrow windows and a wooden cross nailed to the wall. Inside, it's cold, smoky, and echoey. The priest stands at the front, eyes closed, mumbling Latin with the deep exhaustion of a man who's heard too many confessions involving chickens. You sit awkwardly on a bench, drawing stares. Your foreignness still lingers like smoke on a cloak. Then, the priest speaks your name, or tries to. It comes out garbled, but you recognize it. You glance up. He's staring at you. So is everyone else. He gestures you forward. You rise, throat dry. This is either an invitation or a trap. You walk to the front. The floor creaks beneath your boots. A woman crosses herself. A child starts crying. The priest speaks. He who has come from afar claims no village, no lord, no trade. He must answer, do you kneel for God? Oh, that's what this is. You nod. Then, slowly, you kneel. Because you've seen the torches, you've felt the tension, and you're not about to become the guest of honor at a spontaneous heresy bonfire. He places a hand on your shoulder. Then may the Lord's mercy be upon your wandering soul. He turns back to the altar. But keep watch, he adds, more to the room than you. The message is clear. You're allowed, but barely. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval communities believed strangers were tests sent by God or the devil. Your survival often depended on how convincing your prayers sounded. The sermon drones on. Fire, punishment, the glories of feudal obedience, something about lepers being examples of divine patience. You lose track around the part where he compares drought to moral decay. You steal a glance at Wymond. He's asleep, upright. Impressive. After Mass, people file out slowly, murmuring prayers, crossing themselves. You try to blend in. It's hard when someone loudly whispers, "He blinked during the credo." Back outside, You're approached by a woman in heavy robes, face veiled. The church watches you, she whispers. Do nothing strange. You nod solemnly. Meanwhile, your phone, a dead rectangle of useless magic, sits hidden in your belt like a secret waiting to explode. Historians still argue whether the church in remote villages held actual spiritual power, or if it simply became the default authority in the vacuum of royal presence. Either way, it ruled with a mix of ritual, fear, and whispers. You're given penance. Of course you are. Help cleanse the reliquary, the priest says. You imagine something gilded, divine, softly glowing. What you get is a dusty wooden box full of finger bones, human ones, allegedly holy. Your job? Dust each one with a goose feather and recite prayers you don't know. You hum Ave Maria. It's fine. The priest watches you for a full hour, says nothing, then finally mutters, You may go. You back out of the church like it might explode if you turn around. Outside, someone hands you bread. No one spits at you. That's progress. You sit beside Wymond again. He's whittling a flute out of a stick. They like you, he says. Well, they don't hate you. Not yet. You take a bite of bread. It's soft, miraculous. You wonder if it came from the priest's private stash. A rooster crows. A child throws a rock at it. The world keeps turning. You survived Sunday. But something in the priest's eyes lingers. And you get the sense that next time, there might be fewer questions and more fire. You wake to yelling. Again. This time, it's urgent. Ellen's boy's got the fever, someone shouts. And he's foaming. You groggily sit up, heart sinking. You know what that means around here. Someone's about to get bled. You rush toward the hut. Not because you know what you're doing, but because if you don't show up, they'll assume it's your fault again. Or worse, that you're withholding magic. Inside, the boy is burning up. He's red-faced, shivering violently, eyes fluttering. You recognize dehydration, fever, maybe a simple infection. But to them, this is spiritual warfare. You're shoved aside by a man wearing a blood-stained apron and holding what looks like a butter knife. Barber surgeon, he grunts, like it's a warning and a title. Historical fact. Barber surgeons were the go-to medical professionals for centuries, trained to pull teeth, set bones, and perform minor surgery, usually without anesthesia or much concern for sterilization. The man pulls out a bowl and ties a cloth around the boy's arm. Leeches are dear, he mutters. So we'll bleed him. No, you blurt out, too loud, too late. Everyone stares. The barber turns slowly. You question my art? Fringe tidbit. Medieval medicine was based on balancing the four humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. A fever meant too much blood. The solution? Drain some out. You try to explain that the fever is the body fighting the illness. They blink at you like you're speaking goat. One woman mutters. He speaks in tongues again. You kneel beside the boy and grab a cloth. You dampen it with cool water and press it gently to his forehead. He needs rest, fluids, and no knives, you say firmly. The barber scoffs. And when the demon stays in his blood, what then? You realize you have a very short window before things get medieval. You reach for your bag, remembering something. Hand sanitizer, the alcohol kind. It's almost empty. You dab some on a cloth and clean the boy's lips and hands, like you're performing a rite. They gasp at the strong scent. He burns with holy fire, someone whispers. You go with it. It's the blessing from beyond. The priest enters, crosses himself, and asks no questions. Probably for the best. You stay with the boy all morning, whispering, cooling him. He calms. His breath steadies. Eventually, he sleeps. By sunset, he's sitting up, sipping weak broth. No more foaming. The village erupts in reverent confusion. He's touched, someone says, or cursed less today. Historians still argue whether medieval healers believed in science at all, or if they simply layered ritual over trial and error and hoped for the best. Evidence suggests some practices accidentally worked, like honey on wounds, while others, like drinking mercury, went about as well as you'd expect. You're offered thanks. And, bizarrely, a rabbit. You accept it. What else can you do? But the barber isn't pleased. He watches you all evening, sharpening his knife, muttering about newfangled heresies. That night, you eat stew with a dozen eyes on you. Everyone speaks softly, reverently. You're no longer just strange. You're potentially powerful, which, here, is dangerous. You retreat early, clutching the rabbit like a stuffed toy. You can't sleep. Outside, wolves howl. Someone snores nearby, possibly the rabbit. You think about your old life. Antibiotics, thermometers, texting someone a meme at 2 a.m. just to hear back. Now, your only companion is a medieval rodent and the haunting possibility of a surprise exorcism. Still, the boy is better. And for one quiet moment in this damp, lice-filled hut, you feel useful. You roll over and hear something skitter. You don't even flinch anymore. You jolt awake to the sound of a scream, sharp, muffled, and way too close. You sit up, heart pounding. Your rabbit companion, who you've named Gregory for psychological stability, is gone. In his place, straw, warm, suspiciously damp straw. You step outside. It's still dark, pre-dawn. Mist clings to the ground like a bad omen. A figure passes you, muttering about dark spirits. You're not sure if he means you or just the damp. Then you hear it. The unmistakable chorus of snoring. Loud, unashamed, communal. From the huts, the haylofts, even the pigsty. Sleep here is raw and unfiltered, and so is everything else. Welcome to medieval nighttime. Historical fact. Medieval people didn't sleep in one uninterrupted chunk. Segmented sleep was common. 2 phases of rest, with a wakeful period in between for prayer, sex, or just sitting around and wondering if the damp would finally win. You wander toward the communal sleeping hut, where half the village bundles up like cabbages in rough wool. The door creaks. Inside, chaos. One man mumbles Latin in his sleep. A woman snores like a broken bellows. A child kicks you in the shin, still dreaming. Fringe tidbit. Medieval beds were often shared, not just between couples, but entire families. Even guests might end up piled in, as warmth mattered more than awkwardness. Privacy? A concept for heretics and nobles. You try to find space. You settle between 2 bony elbows and a sack of potatoes. Probably. The sack snores. You choose not to investigate. The air is thick. Sweat. Smoke. And the faint tang of something pickled. Above you, a wooden loft groans. Every creak sounds like prophecy. You try to sleep. You really do. But the straw pokes you in the ear. A dog licks your hand. Someone murmurs your name, or maybe just curses in their sleep. You consider going outside, but then the door swings open. A man stumbles in, covered in mud. His eyes are wide, face pale. The stars moved, he mutters. They danced. Everyone wakes up immediately. This is the medieval version of an alarm clock. Panic and celestial weirdness. The priest arrives minutes later, hair wild. Describe it, he demands. The man gestures vaguely. Blue fire, in the sky. You realize he saw a meteor. Historians still argue whether medieval villagers interpreted sky phenomena as signs of divine wrath, incoming plagues, or simply messages from above. To be fair, even you wouldn't rule out divine wrath right now. The crowd murmurs. Someone crosses themselves. One old man screams about the apocalypse. Another asks if he still has to milk the cow. The priest declares a fast, 3 days, to purify our sins. You groan, out loud. Everyone turns to you. Not a fan of fasting? Someone asks sharply. You smile. I'm hypoglycemic. They nod, pretending to know what that means. Eventually, the panic fades. The priest leads a prayer, then hands out beads made from dried beans. Count your sins, he commands. You stare at your handful. It's going to be a long night. Back inside the hut, the atmosphere is different. People are quieter, worried, superstitious. A woman insists on drawing a protective symbol in ash on your forehead. You let her? It smells like burnt turnip. You finally lie down again. The floor creaks. Someone beside you whispers. If he sleeps upside down, it means he's a demon. You flip over. The whispers continue. You catch snatches. Starborn. Rat friend. He made the fever leave. You're now officially weird. Holy. And dangerous. All in one itchy tunic. You close your eyes. Try to drift. Someone farts loudly. Nobody reacts. You miss your bed, but not nearly as much as you miss walls. Dawn breaks with the subtlety of a medieval drumline. A cow bellows. A rooster crows directly into your eardrum. A child trips over your legs and falls face first into the potato sack you'd been using as a pillow. You sit up, groaning. Your back feels like it lost a bar fight with a wheelbarrow. Out, someone shouts. Lord's men are coming. You blink. That's bad? Wyman appears at your side, still chewing something unidentifiable. Depends, he says. You got chickens to offer? You do not have chickens. You have Gregory the rabbit, who's now missing again, and a crumpled mint wrapper in your pocket. You're herded toward the central green. Villagers scurry like mice in church robes, hiding valuables in haystacks and stuffing extra coins into their boots. A few people apply fresh mud to their faces. An attempt, you realize, to look poorer than they actually are. Then they arrive, 2 men on horses, armored in mismatched metal and fur, followed by a third, larger, cleaner, and riding a horse that actually looks fed. He has the bored expression of a man who owns several villages and doesn't care about any of them. Historical fact: feudal lords regularly toured their lands, collecting taxes, enforcing rules, and reminding everyone who was in charge. For peasants, these visits were either a chance to curry favor or get punished publicly. The lord dismounts, mutters something about the smell, and gestures to his assistant. Begin the roll, he says, and tally the tithes. Wyman nudges you. Don't speak unless asked, Don't move unless told. Don't look at his horse too long. You nod. The scribe begins listing names. Each villager steps forward, bows, and offers something. Eggs, coins, a pie. One man gives a goose. The goose is unimpressed. Then your name is called, or rather, something near your name. Yeon. Close enough. You step forward, attempting the correct level of submission. Not groveling, but not confident either. It's an art form. The Lord's assistant squints at you. You're new. You nod. Recent transfer? You say. He blinks. From where? West? West of where? You panic. Very west. He narrows his eyes. What do you offer the Lord? You fumble. Reach into your tunic. All you have is your phone. Still dead, but sleep. Mysterious. You present it with two hands, like a ceremonial stone. He takes it, turns it over. Is it a mirror? Yes. He raises it, stares into it, sees his own face, gasps. It knows me. The crowd murmurs. The priest looks like he's about to faint. You step back. Fringe tidbit. In medieval Europe, mirrors were rare, expensive, and often associated with vanity or sorcery. A polished metal surface or a calm pond was the closest most folks got to seeing themselves. The Lord examines the device, then shrugs. Useless, but shiny. He pockets it. You're too afraid to protest. Then things take a turn. A goat charges from behind the bakery and slams directly into the Lord's horse. The animal rears. The Lord tumbles into a puddle. Silence. Everyone stares. The goat looks smug. The Lord stands slowly, covered in muck. His eyes scan the crowd. They land on you. You did give him the mirror rock. He points. Stocks. You're grabbed. Historians still argue whether stocks were more about punishment or humiliation, but you're about to find out firsthand. You're dragged to a wooden frame, bent forward, and clunk, locked in place. Hands and head neatly immobilized. A child throws a turnip at you. Someone else takes a bite first, then throws it anyway. A dog licks your ear. Wymond appears beside you, chewing a beet. Could have been worse, he says. He could have taken your rabbit. You groan. The sun beats down. You're stuck. In pain. In public. And probably in every medieval child's sketchbook by sunset. Eventually, after what feels like a decade, the stocks are opened. You stumble out, sore, red-faced, and slightly beet-stained. The Lord is gone. The village exhales. You limp back to your hut. Someone pats your back and whispers, "You took that like a real peasant." You're not sure if that's a compliment, but at least you're finally fitting in. Evening drapes itself over the village like a damp wool cloak. The sky turns bruised orange. The chickens return to their pens. And you, having recently escaped public humiliation via turnip, find yourself sitting beside the central fire, surrounded by villagers who no longer stare as much. Tonight, they're telling stories. And by stories, you mean wildly inaccurate tales of love, war, and how someone's cousin once punched a dragon. Everyone nods, like it's all perfectly reasonable. You sip a wooden cup of something warm and vaguely sour. Mead, maybe, or boiled apricots and rainwater. You're learning not to ask. That's when she sits beside you. Ellen's cousin, someone mutters, or maybe her niece. Either way, she's here now. Hair braided, hands calloused, smile missing 4 teeth. You're the quiet one, she says. I was in stocks, you reply. She shrugs. So is my uncle. Twice. He married rich. Historical fact. Marriage in the Middle Ages was rarely about love, especially for peasants. It was about survival, labor, inheritance, and how many goats could be involved in the transaction. You nod politely. She leans closer. You're not married, are you? You pause. Consider lying. But here? No. Seems safest. She smiles wider. Good. I like mysterious men. You look around for Wymond. Nowhere. Of course. The woman. Her name's Ada. Apparently. Offers you a turnip. You thank her. She watches you eat it with intensity, usually reserved for duels. You're clever, she says. You healed my nephew. You speak strangely. And you have fine fingers. I like fine fingers. You nearly choke on the turnip. Fringe tidbit. Medieval romantic gestures included giving a woman your knife, tying a ribbon to your sleeve, or simply surviving long enough to share bread. Romantic standards were, understandably, low. Ada tells you she tends bees. You nod. She tells you she once threw a ladle at a bishop. You nod harder. She says, I think we'd make strong children. You stop nodding. She offers you a kiss. If not now, tomorrow. Think on it. You excuse yourself. Politely, quickly. You flee toward the well, splash cold water on your face, and whisper to no one. I miss dating apps. Historians still argue whether peasants had true autonomy in courtship, or if family and survival dictated everything. Either way, choice was often more illusion than reality. Back at the fire, a man is playing a lute with 3 strings. Children dance in lopsided circles. Someone is juggling rocks. Poorly. You sit next to a boy carving a duck from wood. He looks up and says, Ada likes you. She's strong. She once punched a cow. You nod. Of course she did. You ask about love. He shrugs. Mostly. People pair up during planting season. Or after a funeral. You blink. He continues carving. A couple nearby argues over who owns which goat. It ends with someone getting slapped with a leek. You glance at the stars. They're bright, close, uncomplicated. You think about home, about texting under blankets, about long-distance calls and dating someone because they like the same meme you did. Then you think about Ada, about bees, about strong children. You're not ready for any of this. The boy finishes his duck, hands it to you without a word, and runs off. You stare at the little wooden bird. It has 1 wing and a goofy smile. Like you, really. The fire pops. Someone farts. Love is strange. But here, it's simpler. Terrifying. But simple. You hold the duck close. You don't sleep much that night. Morning arrives with a drizzle and a whiff of manure. Again. By now, you've stopped reacting. Rain is just nature apologizing for not inventing plumbing yet. You're summoned by a boy wearing what might be pants and might be curtains. The castle's calling, he says, like it's totally normal to get a royal invite after a week of plague, turnips, and mild public torture. You follow, mostly because there's nothing else to do. Also, you're hoping for a roof. The castle is not what you expected. Historical fact, many medieval castles were more like fortified manors, cold, damp, and built more for defense than luxury. They had drafty halls, smoke-choked hearths, and floors made of packed dirt or stone that always felt wet. This one's no different. The outer wall is crumbling. The drawbridge creaks with every step, and the moat less romantic water barrier, more muddy soup sprinkled with duck droppings. Inside, you're greeted by a steward with a nose that looks like it's feuding with the rest of his face. He grunts, waves you forward, and leads you through echoing stone corridors to the main hall. Here, the nobleman sits slouched on a throne that's clearly just a fancy chair with a cushion. He's flanked by a small dog and a very large, very bored-looking woman with eyebrows like sword hilts. You're the curious one, the Lord says, barely glancing at you. You nod. He picks at something in his teeth. Word spreads. You healed a boy. You talked back to the priest. You've been in stocks and still walk like you own shoes. Fringe tidbit. Shoes were a major status symbol, often reserved for those with money or noble ties. Most peasants walked barefoot or wore rags tied around their feet. You're already suspicious for having souls. I've decided, the Lord continues, you're either a charlatan or a prophet. Either way, you're more useful here than out in the mud. He waves a hand. A servant appears with a tray of food. Bread that's not moldy, cheese that hasn't attempted to walk, and holy relics preserved, a slab of roasted meat. Your mouth waters. You forget how to be cool. Eat, the noble says. Then talk. You oblige. The bread is soft. The cheese is creamy. The meat is definitely not rat. You almost cry. The lady beside the throne leans over. He eats like a noble. I don't trust it. You slow down. Wipe your mouth with a scratchy napkin. That might be someone's curtain. The Lord questions you. Where are you from? What did you study? Are you capable of summoning fire or calming bees? You give vague answers. Far away. Natural observation. I once scared a goat without touching it. He nods. Wizard enough? Historians still argue whether medieval nobles actually believed in magic, or if they just used the accusation as political leverage. But one thing is certain. Being useful was often your best defense. He assigns you a room in the East Tower. It leaks, he says, but it's high. Less rats. You thank him. Bow. Back away. Correctly this time. Your room is cold, drafty, and does, in fact, leak. But it has a bed, a wooden frame, a thin blanket, a shuttered window. Luxury. You sit, still chewing the last of the meat. You glance around. No one's watching. You pull your phone from your belt. Still dead. But somehow, the castle walls feel slightly less medieval. Slightly. Then you hear it. Whispers. From the hallway. You creep to the door. Listen. He was eating cheese, someone says. A gift from the devil? Another voice murmurs. His belt has no buckle. It fastens itself. You sigh. New day. New rumors. You lie back on the bed. The mattress groans. So do you. A drop of water hits your forehead. You smile anyway. Because, for the first time in days, you're alone. And no one's throwing vegetables at you. Yet, your peaceful moment is short-lived. The next morning, you're woken not by roosters or screaming, but by chanting. Low, rhythmic, echoing through stone like it's being piped in from beneath the floor. You sit up fast, bonk your head on a wooden beam, and mutter something that would get you excommunicated instantly. You crack open the door. A procession of hooded monks drifts past your room like a cloud of ominous incense and muttering Latin. One of them stops, turns, looks directly at you. You wave. He doesn't wave back. You close the door. Hard. Historical fact: monasteries and religious orders wielded immense power in medieval life, often acting as banks, schools, hospitals, and spiritual watchdogs. And when monks showed up in silence, you were either about to be blessed or interrogated. By mid-morning, you're summoned to the solar, a fancier word for the one warm room in a cold castle. There, by the fire, sits the priest from the village, and with him, a monk in a robe so dark it absorbs light. His hair is the classic tonsure, bald in the middle, like a medieval satellite dish for God. The monk gestures for you to sit. You do, carefully. The priest speaks first. We've been watching you. Not creepy at all. The monk adds, you arrived mysteriously. You don't bleed like the rest. You speak in riddles. You carry forbidden objects. Fringe tidbit: some religious communities believed written texts, certain stones, and even polished glass could house spirits or tempt demons. The fact that your phone once lit up may have sealed your reputation as a portable heresy. They ask you questions about your realm, about your sorcery, about how you resurrected the fevered boy and summoned light from a stone. You try to explain. Carefully. You say words like knowledge, future, miracle of healing. You try not to say science or battery or Wi-Fi. They listen. The monk clasps his hands. Some say you are sent to warn us. You freeze. He continues. Others say you are the warning. Even worse, he leans in. There is a book in our archives from Spain. It tells of a sky-fallen man who walks with fire and speaks of invisible stars. You blink. And of great dying that follows his steps. You blink harder. He smiles. We are very open-minded here, so long as God remains first. Historians still argue whether medieval monks preserved knowledge out of reverence or fear, guarding ancient texts while condemning the very ideas they contained. Either way, they were gatekeepers to the past and suspicious of the future. The priest finally speaks again. You are welcome here, but watched. Translation: one wrong move and you're kindling. The monk offers a scroll. Should you feel compelled to confess your visions, write them here. You take it. There's no ink, no pen, just the expectation. They dismiss you. You back out slowly, then sprint down the corridor the second the door closes. You retreat to your leaky tower room, lock the door with a chair, sit by the window, and breathe. Below, you see monks walking the gardens in silence. One glances up, you close the shutter. Later, you explore the library. It's dusty, cold, and smells of old leather and judgment. Books here are chained to shelves, not metaphorically, but literally. You run a finger over the spine of one, Latin, another, Arabic, a third. You're pretty sure it's upside down. You sit, open a volume. It's about astronomy. You recognize one star chart. Barely. For the first time since you arrived, you feel something stir. Not fear, not hunger. Curiosity. There's knowledge here, under lock and key, in whispers and margins, and maybe, just maybe, a way home. But for now, you close the book, because someone just slipped a note under your door. One word: confess. You stare at the note. Just that one word: confess. No signature, no wax seal. Just scratched ink on coarse parchment, folded with care and menace. You don't sleep that night. Not just because of the note, but because the castle walls seem to whisper. Wind rushes through every crack. Somewhere below, A dog howls once, then goes silent. You sit on your creaky bed, clutching the scroll they gave you earlier, the one you're meant to write your visions on. Instead, you doodle a sad rabbit and name him Gregory II. By morning, you've decided if they want a confession, you'll give them just enough to keep them confused and not enough to get burned at the stake. You head to the chapel. It's quiet. A monk sweeps ashes from a brazier. Another tends candles. The priest sits near the altar, flipping through a book with a frown, like the pages insulted him personally. You approach the boxy wooden confessional. He sees you, nods. You kneel inside. The wood creaks ominously. Historical fact. Confession in medieval times was a blend of religious ritual and social surveillance. What you revealed didn't just stay with the priest. It could shape your reputation, your freedom, even your survival. You take a breath. Forgive me, you begin, for I have arrived. There's a pause. The priest leans forward. Go on. I have walked among the stars, or so they say. I have healed without leeches, lit a stone with no flame, and made a boy laugh while dying. Fringe tidbit. Laughter was often considered suspicious in certain medieval contexts, especially during illness. Joy, after all, implied rebellion against God's punishment. No one was supposed to feel good while suffering. The priest exhales. And your sin? You shrug, being out of place. He says nothing for a while. Then, some think you're a sign. That you come before a reckoning? I hope not. You whisper, I came after a phone update. He doesn't ask. You continue. You tell him about your home, carefully, about cities that never sleep, carriages that move without horses, voices captured in glowing boxes. You present them as dreams, visions, divine confusion. He listens. When you finish, he closes the shutter between you. You are not the first to speak of such things, he says softly. You freeze. There were others? A man, long ago. He claimed to see the future. Machines. Fireless lamps. Towers of glass. What happened to him? Silence. Then, his bones are beneath this chapel. You nod. That tracks. The priest sighs. You have two options. Leave the castle quietly, or stay and serve. Serve how? As scribe, translator, observer of signs. You're tempted. There's safety in obscurity. Books, shelter, food that doesn't involve surprise beats. But there's also danger. Knowledge makes you valuable, and valuables are often collected. That evening, you wander the corridors. In the main hall, the Lord feasts. Loud laughter, spilled wine, a jester juggles onions. In the library, monks whisper over a page depicting a man with wings. They look up as you enter, then go quiet. In your room, another note waits. This time, longer. And from Ada. You left without saying goodbye. I thought you had stronger fingers than that. You laugh, then panic. The note ends with, I'm coming to the castle. Let's talk. You suddenly miss the goat. Historians still argue whether castle life offered true advancement for outsiders, or if it was simply gilded isolation. The records are full of favored servants who disappeared one winter and were never mentioned again. You lie in bed, listening to the wind. The chapel bell rings in the dark, tolling for something. Maybe for you. You wake up to Ada banging on the castle gate with what sounds like a skillet. You roll out of bed and groan. You were hoping she wouldn't mean literally. From your tower window, you see her, cloak soaked with dew, hair windswept, eyes narrowed like she's ready to propose or throw something, possibly both. The steward appears beside her, attempting diplomacy with the same warmth as a wet sock. She brushes past him like a thunderstorm in boots. You brace yourself. By the time she reaches the solar, you're already standing beside a fireplace, pretending to read an illuminated manuscript. Upside down. She doesn't notice. I wrote you, she says, arms crossed. Did you think parchment cost nothing? You attempt to smile. I was considering my place in the cosmos. She squints. Is that near the pig pen? Historical fact. Courtship among peasants was direct, seasonal, and unfiltered. No poems. No serenades. Just declarations and negotiations. Often loud ones. And when feelings were involved, things got complicated fast. Ada steps closer. You said you liked my turnip. You nod quickly. It was a very symmetrical turnip. Then why'd you vanish? I was being interrogated by monks. You admit? For possibly being a demonic prophecy. She pauses. Well, you could have said something. Fair. You sit together on a stone bench in the cloister garden. Monks glide past like ominous curtains. She hands you a cloth pouch. Inside, dried fruit, half a biscuit, and a carved wooden spoon. I made it, she says. Don't ask from what? You don't. You eat slowly. She watches, then leans back and sighs. So, are you going to stay in this stone box forever? Fringe tidbit. Peasants often viewed castles not as glamorous, but as prisons of the nobility, cold, distant, and full of rules, a place where real life paused. You admit you're not sure. The books are tempting, the safety, the meat, but also the whispers, the notes, the priest's eyes. You're a guest on borrowed time. That night, you climb the tower and stare out across the darkening land. Lanterns flicker in the village below. A dog barks. Someone sings off-key about a goose. You think of Ellen's boy, of Wymond, of Ada's fearless grin, of your rabbit friend, Gregory, probably living his best feral life. The stars blink above, unchanged, undisturbed. Historians still argue whether a single life could shift the fate of a village. Most say no, but a few, the hopeful ones, say maybe. You gather your things, your belt, your useless phone, the little wooden duck. You leave the scroll untouched. No confessions tonight. Outside, the gate creaks open. Ada waits beside a donkey. You coming? She asks, holding out a hand. You hesitate, then take it, because sometimes the most revolutionary thing you can do in history is leave your mark and walk away. The road is soft beneath your feet, a path of packed earth, dappled with fading moonlight. Each step feels lighter now, each breath slower. The castle disappears behind you, swallowed by mist and memory. You hear the soft jangle of the donkey's reins, the rustle of Ada's cloak. Even the far-off hoot of an owl sounds sleepier now, as if the world is winding down with you. Fields stretch on either side, dark seas of barley and rye. The village sleeps. The hearts are cold, somewhere. A baker stirs, kneading dough in silence, somewhere else. A child dreams of dragons that speak in riddles. The air smells of soil and straw. You feel it settle in your lungs, old, familiar. forgiving. Your steps slow. The donkey stops. Ada says nothing. She doesn't have to. You close your eyes. You've traveled through time, not with machines, but through the ache of hunger, the scratch of wool, the strange warmth of kindness passed hand to hand. You've sat in stocks, blessed a fevered child, eaten a questionable pigeon leg, and possibly started a cult without meaning to. And yet, here you are, alive, whole, and drifting, gently, into the quiet peace of knowing that, even in the hardest of times, there were still shared meals, carved ducks and turnips. Sleep now. Let the stars keep watch. Tomorrow is far away, and for tonight, you are safe. The most bizarre religious practices in medieval times. We delve into the most bizarre religious customs your medieval ancestors swore by. Imagine waking up not to birdsong or the scent of bread, but to the dusty kiss of a saint's rib bone perched on your nightstand. The air is cold. Incense lingers from last night's vespers, and someone down the hall is already muttering in Latin. You sit up, stretch, and then, with a yawn, you reach over to press your lips to what you've been told is a holy relic, capable of curing headaches, infertility, or, at the very least, bad breath. That's right. In medieval times, relic worship wasn't just a Sunday affair. It was breakfast, lunch, and a mildly blasphemous bedtime snack. People truly believed that touching, kissing, or even glancing at the preserved bones, hair, or toenails of saints could bring miraculous blessings. And the competition for the best relic? Fierce. If your local church had a splinter from the true cross, you could expect crowds, coin offerings, and the occasional nobleman trying to buy their way into heaven. You shuffle through your morning routine, but not before passing the reliquary cabinet in the village chapel. Inside, a rather yellowed finger bone, allegedly from St. Bartholomew, sits behind glass. Of course, glass is a luxury, so in most churches, it's just a wooden box with a wax seal and a label written by someone who may or may not have been literate. You give it a nod. You're told that this particular relic saved your town from plague once, or maybe it was floods, or taxes. The story keeps changing. Relics weren't always bones. Some were bits of cloth touched to a saint's tomb, or even things the saint supposedly used, like a belt, a sandal, or, in one memorable case, the whip used to martyr them. Yes, that was passed around with reverence. Pilgrims traveled for weeks to touch such items, convinced they'd soak up holiness through their fingertips like bread dipped in stew. One church in France claimed to have the foreskin of Christ, not figuratively, literally, and multiple cities claimed the same thing. This led to what historians politely refer to as a relic dispute. Imagine a medieval bishop arriving at a rival cathedral and muttering under his breath, "That's our sacred foreskin. Thank you very much." Historians still argue whether these relics were forged, mistaken, or just the result of opportunistic salesmanship. Yes, there was a relic trade, a bustling one. Merchants roamed from town to town, peddling all sorts of sacred bits and bobs. Need a saint's molar? That'll be 3 silver coins. Want a piece of the Virgin Mary's veil? You're in luck. Today only, half price. And if it glows in the dark, that's a bonus miracle. You might think the church would put a stop to this, but it was complicated. On one hand, Genuine relics were spiritual gold. On the other, fake ones were bringing in cold hard coin. Sometimes even the clergy didn't know or didn't care what was real. There's a popular tale of a monk who, upon noticing how many relics his abbey lacked, simply carved a saint's femur out of wood, wrapped it in linen, and buried it for a few months to let it age. He then discovered it during prayer. Pilgrims flocked. Donations surged. His abbot bought a new roof. But relics weren't just for show. They were integrated into daily life. You'd pray to them during illness, childbirth, storms, and most especially before a long journey. Travelers would carry tiny bone fragments sewn into pouches for protection. Some even wore them as necklaces, like macabre medieval lockets. And if you really needed a miracle, you could ask the priest for a contact blessing, where the relic would be pressed to your forehead while a prayer was whispered. You'd feel nothing except perhaps a tickle from the dust and a vague sense of guilt for not washing your hair. Relics were also paraded around town during emergencies. Plague outbreak. Bring out the hand of Saint somebody and march it through the square. Drought. Time for a relic procession, complete with incense, bells, and children dressed as angels. Even inanimate objects, it seemed, could be guilted into divine intervention. But here's the twist. Not everyone believed. There were whispers, even in medieval times, that the rib bones were pig, the fingers just carved ivory, that miracles were staged. Some monks quietly rolled their eyes. Some scholars wrote treatises challenging the relic madness, but those rarely ended well. Still, the emotional power of relics was undeniable. Even if logically dubious, the comfort they brought, the sense that the divine was physically close, tangible, real, was profound. You might not understand transubstantiation, but you could believe in a cracked knuckle bone sealed in gold. One final oddity before you drift further. Some relics were said to multiply. Yes, you'd place one holy splinter near another, and a few weeks later, it had grown, like mold, but holier. Historians still debate whether this was divine miracle, clever forgery, or some poor monk accidentally storing twigs too close together. So tomorrow, when you reach for your toothpaste, be glad it's not stored next to someone's sacred toe. You step outside the chapel, and already there's a faint rhythm in the distance. Thud, thud, thwack. It's Thursday, flagellation day, and you, lucky soul, are due to join the procession? Because nothing says forgiveness quite like voluntarily beating yourself in public. You shuffle toward the main road, clutching your rope, the kind with the tiny iron barbs sewn into each strand. Ahead, dozens of hooded figures are already lined up. Barefoot, shirtless, solemn. There's something oddly theatrical about it all, like a very intense LARP session. If anyone in this century knew what that meant. This is the Brotherhood of the Flagellants, and during the 13th and 14th centuries, they were a common and frankly terrifying sight across Europe. Their mission? Purge sin through pain, and not metaphorical pain, actual, blood dripping from your shoulder blades pain. You're told each lash cleanses a transgression. You silently hope you weren't too sinful this week, or your back's in for a real sermon. Historians still argue whether this practice emerged more from sincere religious devotion or sheer medieval panic. After all, it flourished during times of chaos, plagues, famines, the occasional apocalypse prediction. People needed control. And if whipping yourself into a scarred puddle offered it, well, so be it. The leader, a man with scars so deep they almost seem decorative, raises a wooden cross, and the crowd starts walking. Slow, rhythmic. With each step, a lash to the back. The sound is hypnotic. Thwack. Shuffle. Thwack. You fall into a strange trance, equal parts awe and ouch. Some carry banners with Latin prayers. Others sing solemn hymns through gritted teeth. And then there's Brother Anselm, who hums Greensleeves because no one's figured out how to tell him it wasn't written yet. You try not to laugh. That would break the mood, and possibly your ribs, if the elder beside you hears. Why the self-inflicted agony? Because, you're told, Christ suffered, and so must you. Pain purifies. Bleeding shows sincerity. Also, it's a great way to attract attention from peasants, who will toss you bread, coins, or confused stares as you parade through muddy villages like a blood-streaked conga line. Sometimes, the flagellants march from town to town. 40 days. No shoes. No speaking unless praying. It becomes a sort of mobile penitential roadshow. And they're committed. There are reports of people flagellating themselves into unconsciousness, or infection, or both. One overzealous man in Italy supposedly lashed himself so hard that his spine was visible. He was venerated, briefly. But not everyone applauds this spectacle. The church, in particular, had mixed feelings. While some local clergy encouraged flagellants as pious folk just trying their best, others called them fanatics. Pope Clement VI eventually condemned the movement outright in 1349, which, to be fair, is also when the Black Death was at its worst. Timing is everything. Still, the flagellants didn't disappear. They just went underground. Some towns banned them. Others hosted them in secret. You suspect your own village leans toward the latter. That hidden storeroom under the bakery. Definitely not for flour. Too many robes with questionable stains. The ritual, you're told, follows a very specific structure. Begin with silent prayer, then confession, usually shouted dramatically to the heavens. Then the lashing begins, synchronized to a chant. You've been taught the words, though you don't really know what they mean. Something about eternal light and unbearable shame. You hum along anyway. Midway through the procession, a boy runs out from a house, holding a bucket of water. He offers it to you. You're grateful, until you realize it's not for drinking. It's for washing the blood off your feet so you can keep marching. Thoughtful, in its own grim way. There's also a woman on the edge of the road, crying. Maybe for a lost loved one. Maybe for you. Maybe because someone promised her this would cure her husband's gout, and now she's watching a parade of flayed strangers dripping onto the cobblestones. By hour 2, your body is numb. Each lash is less sharp, more dull thunder. Your mind drifts. You remember your neighbor, who opted out of today's march because he had to wash his goat. You envy him. Goats don't flagellate. Not unless they're very confused. There are whispered stories about some flagellants taking it too far. Not just whipping themselves, but others, children, elderly, animals even. The movement blurred lines between discipline and danger. One German town reportedly banned them after someone tried to whip the bishop. Probably not the best career move, but for most participants, like you, it's about humility, devotion, a tangible way to feel closer to the divine, even if the divine feels oddly similar to rope burn and mild regret. As the procession ends, the group kneels in the mud. A priest, or sometimes just the most eloquent member, offers a closing prayer. Then everyone shuffles back to wherever they came from, some into homes, some into taverns. You find a patch of grass, lie down, and stare at the sky. You're sore, cold, slightly dizzy, but somewhere deep inside, there's a flicker of peace. Or maybe it's just blood loss. Either way, you survived another Thursday. The next morning, you shuffle into the village square, your back still tender from yesterday's festivities. And just in time. 2. Today is market day, and at the very center of the bustle stands a man behind a rickety wooden table, covered in tiny glass vials glinting in the sunlight. He's wearing a bright red cap, has suspiciously white teeth, and greets you with the enthusiasm of someone selling snake oil, because, well, he kind of is. Behold, he says, holding up a vial of cloudy liquid, the tears of the Virgin, collected on the third moon of Lent, beneath the statue in Cuddleston Abbey, guaranteed to heal heartbreak, boils, and familial tension. You squint. It looks suspiciously like salted water, possibly flavored. You ask him how he collected it. He winks and mutters something about divine condensation. Welcome to the medieval miracle marketplace. Religious devotion meets late-stage capitalism. Long before either had their official names, you can buy everything here. From slivers of saints' toenails, authentic, allegedly, to wafers pre-blessed by monks with particularly holy breath. But today, you're drawn to these so-called tears. You're not alone. A dozen villagers crowd around the merchant, whispering tales of a boy who sprinkled them on a sick chicken and watched it lay golden eggs. Or at least, eggs that didn't smell funny. The details are fuzzy, but the excitement is contagious. Historians still debate whether these vials were truly part of organized church practice or more of a holy side hustle. Some scholars argue that abbeys sanctioned this sort of relic merch to raise funds. Others suggest it was the work of freelance peddlers, opportunists playing to the fears and hopes of a pious, plague-racked populace. You overhear a woman bargaining over a tiny jar labeled Sweat of St. Sebastian. She's skeptical. It smells a bit like vinegar, but the merchant insists it's because of the saint's martyrdom-related trauma. He sweated differently, the vendor whispers with reverence. You nod solemnly. Trauma does strange things to sweat. A man behind you mutters that last week he bought St. Ursula's smile, which turned out to be a lump of wax in a pouch. He's not mad, just disappointed. He's considering buying another. Though, this one glows faintly, though that might just be mold. As for the church, officially, they disapprove of fraudulent relics. Unofficially, as long as the money rolls into the cathedral fund, a blind eye is often turned, especially when a bishop gets a cut. There's even a known phrase from the time, the holier the relic, the pricier the forgiveness. You suspect it was originally sarcastic, but no one's laughing now. You finally approach the table, eyeing a particularly tiny vial sealed with wax and bearing a tag, Lacrimae Mariae. You ask if it's real. The merchant leans in close, his voice low and urgent. I swear, on St. Elmo's kneecaps. You consider that a binding oath. You ask what it cures. He says, despair, You ask if that includes back pain. He says, especially. You hand over 2 silver coins and try not to look like you just bought the Middle Ages version of bottled moonlight. As you walk away, a small crowd gathers around the merchant again. He's now selling a new item: saintly breath in a bag, a cloth pouch tied at both ends that once hung near a monk's nostrils during morning prayer. It smells faintly of old porridge and divinity. You take your vial home, place it on your bedside table, and stare at it for a while. It's silly, right? Just salt water. But there's a part of you, deep down, that feels comforted, as if believing in something strange might make the strange world feel a little softer. And then you remember the time Brother Julian tried to sell Jesus' eyelash during Lent. It turned out to be a donkey hair dipped in oil. He got 40 lashes. Ironically poetic. Still, not all relics were so obviously absurd. Some monasteries were known for elaborate preservation. They'd keep vials in gold-plated boxes, with velvet linings and wax seals stamped with the abbot's personal ring. And pilgrims came from far away just to glimpse them, sometimes only allowed a peek through a tiny window, like divine drive-through. Of course, the authenticity rarely mattered. What mattered was the belief, the moment of hope, the idea that you could hold part of heaven in your hand, even if it leaked slightly. Back in the village square, the merchant is packing up. He hums a hymn and counts his coins. You wonder how many lives he's changed, or at least mildly entertained. You take one last look at your vial. Tomorrow, you'll probably forget it's there. But tonight, in the flicker of candlelight, you choose to believe it glistens a little more than it should. And isn't that what faith is sometimes? Believing in a shimmer, even when logic says it's just condensation on glass. The sun sets, casting long shadows across the stone walls of the chapel. But tonight, you're not preparing for evening prayer. No. Tonight is the feast of St. Vitus, and you've been told there will be dancing. Not the kind you know. Not joyful. Rhythmic celebrations. No tambourines. No carefully rehearsed steps. No. This dance is different. It's frenzied, possessed, frankly, terrifying. And whether it's a form of ecstatic devotion or a full-on medical mystery is something historians still argue about today. You make your way toward the central plaza, where a group has already gathered. Someone begins to sing, slowly at first, almost a chant. Then the drums begin. The beat isn't cheerful. It's irregular, relentless, primal. A woman in a faded blue dress begins to sway. Her eyes roll back. Then she jerks forward like a puppet whose strings have been yanked by invisible hands. And just like that, the dance of St. Vitus begins. You've heard stories. How, once a year, entire towns are swept into these trances. People flail wildly in the streets, arms flinging, legs trembling, faces contorted. Some say it's a miracle. Others whisper it's a curse. You're not sure what to believe. But the air tonight feels different. Thick, like the very sky is holding its breath. One man spins in a circle, eyes shut tight, murmuring something that sounds vaguely like Latin. A child runs past you, giggling, then collapses in a heap, still twitching. Someone screams, joyful or terrified. You're not sure. There's sweat, dirt, the occasional spray of spittle. And yet, no one stops it. The priest watches from the sidelines, arms crossed. He's been through this before. He'll offer blessings after, maybe even claim divine inspiration. But right now, he just waits. Because once the dance begins, it must run its course. You're drawn in by the rhythm. Against your better judgment, your foot taps, your shoulders sway. Something primal stirs in you, an ancient memory perhaps, of when faith and frenzy were one and the same. And suddenly, you understand. This isn't about control. It's about surrender. Some historians believe the dance of St. Vitus was a collective response to trauma, war, famine, plague. When the body couldn't hold sorrow anymore, it leaked through in movement. Others argue it was caused by ergot poisoning, moldy rye bread laced with natural hallucinogens. That might explain the spasms, the hallucinations, the euphoria. Then there's the theory that it was all a performance, a socially accepted form of breakdown. If you dance like this in any other context, they'd call the exorcist. But tonight it's religious ecstasy. You catch sight of Brother Martin, a usually reserved monk, shaking like a leaf in the corner. His feet barely touch the ground, his hands clawing at the air as though trying to snatch stars from the sky. You want to help, but no one touches the dancers. That's the rule. You just watch, let them burn it out. There's a story told in hushed tones of a woman in Strasbourg who danced for 6 days straight. No food, no water, just motion. She collapsed on the 7th, smiling. Whether she died from devotion or dehydration is unclear. There are designated watchers, of course, usually older villagers. They ensure no one throws themselves into a fire or off a roof. Yes, that's happened. Sometimes people forget where their limbs end and gravity begins. Suddenly, a man beside you stumbles. His mouth foams slightly. You move to catch him, but an elderly nun gently places a hand on your shoulder. "Let it pass," she whispers. "The spirit must finish its journey." You nod, even though you're pretty sure it's not the spirit. It's heat stroke. But even skeptics find something compelling here. There's a unity in the chaos, a shared pulse. And when the dance slows, as it always does, there's silence, heavy, sacred, like everyone just emerged from another world. One by one, the dancers collapse or shuffle away. The drummers stop. The fire flickers. No one speaks. The priest finally steps forward and offers a quiet benediction. A few words, a splash of holy water, the smell of sweat, dust, and faintly burnt sage hangs in the air. You feel oddly hollow now, like something inside you joined the dance without moving. The next morning, bruises bloom like flowers on arms and faces. Some people can't recall what happened. Others claim visions of angels, of sins purged, of joy unspoken. And of course, there's always one person who insists they were healed of a bad knee. There's always a bad knee. You pass by the church later and spot Brother Martin lying under a tree, snoring. A single shoe dangles from his hand like a war trophy. You smile. He'll be sore for days, but happy. Maybe, whether divine or deranged. The dance of St. Vitus remains one of medieval Europe's strangest rituals, a place where faith met frenzy, and nobody left without at least a pulled hamstring. And tonight, as you lie in bed, your legs still buzzing from the memory, you can't help but wonder, what if next time you don't stop dancing? You wake up sore, again, but not from dancing this time, from keeping your mouth shut. literally. In the pale morning light, you wander past the edge of the village toward the old monastery, a squat stone complex that smells faintly of moss, candle wax, and judgment. There, behind the ivy-covered walls, live the monks of the Silent Order, men who have taken a vow to never speak again, ever. You pause at the gate, and one of them, Brother Sylvan, nods at you in greeting. Just a nod. No good morning? No lovely weather, isn't it? Just eye contact and a deep, world-weary sigh. The vow of silence isn't as rare as you might think in medieval religious life. For some monastic orders, it was seen as the highest form of devotion, a way to cut out all worldly distraction, focus solely on prayer, and of course, avoid awkward conversations at dinner. Historians still argue whether these vows originated out of sincere asceticism or were simply a socially acceptable way for introverts to escape small talk. Inside the cloister, the silence is thick. Even the birds seem quieter. Monks drift by like ghosts, nodding occasionally, sometimes gesturing subtly with hands or raised brows. One particularly expressive brother communicates entire paragraphs through blinking and strategic eyebrow lifts. You silently nickname him Shakespeare. You watch as they go about their day, gardening, transcribing manuscripts, washing laundry in silence. Every movement is careful, deliberate. Even the act of turning a page feels like a sacred ritual. It's both beautiful and maddening. At lunch, they eat in a communal hall under a painting of Saint Benedict, who once scolded a fellow monk without speaking. The story goes that he simply stared at him for 5 minutes until the poor soul burst into tears. Passive-aggressive holiness. Medieval edition. But here's the twist. Silence doesn't mean isolation. These monks have developed entire systems of nonverbal communication. Some use a codified set of hand signs, twisting fingers into shapes to indicate bread, prayer, illness, or that Brother Thomas has once again burned the porridge. One monk even carries a small slate and chalk to write things down. Though his messages are often just theological puns or drawings of fish, you suspect he's the community's designated troublemaker. Every order has one. You notice one monk sneaking a grape into his robe pocket. He catches your eye, grins guiltily, and raises a single finger to his lips, as if he could say, shh, without actually saying, shh. Not all orders required full silence. Of course, some allowed speech on certain days, or limited it to specific times, usually to sing or chant during prayers. Others encouraged necessary conversation only, which led to some extremely philosophical debates about what counts as necessary. Is asking for the butter a worldly indulgence? What about warning someone that they're about to sit on a cat? These restrictions weren't just about discipline. They were about drawing closer to God by removing the clutter of ordinary life. Words, after all, can distract, tempt, manipulate. Better to stay still. Listen, reflect, still. Silence wasn't always peaceful. Some monks wrote journals or letters complaining, silently, of course, about how annoying their brethren were. One famous 12th century abbot grumbled in writing that Brother Elias snores like the devil's oxen and stirs his soup with the same intensity as he sins. You smile at the thought. Even the holiest men get irritated. In the gardens, a monk rakes gravel into intricate patterns, not for aesthetics, though it's lovely, but for meditation. He draws a spiral, then erases it with one smooth motion, over and over. A silent conversation between mind and motion. You sit for a while, just watching. No one asks your name. No one explains what you're seeing. There are no greetings, no farewells, just presence. And somehow, in that stillness, you begin to notice things. The way the wind combs the tall grass, the creak of the old door hinges, the soft rhythmic slap of sandals on stone. Maybe that's the point. Of course. There's the occasional slip-up. You hear one? Actually, Brother Alban stubs his toe on a step and lets out a colorful expletive in Latin. Everyone freezes. He claps his hands over his mouth. The prior gives him a sharp glance and then returns to weeding, as if to say, "We'll pretend we didn't hear that, but the Lord definitely did." You leave the monastery quietly, your own feet now mimicking the hush. The outside world feels too loud, too fast. You don't speak for the rest of the walk home, not because you took a vow, but because you kind of want to. And as you lie down later, the silence of the cloister still hums in your ears like a soft chant. It's not empty. It's full of patience, discipline, and the strange comfort of knowing that sometimes the loudest prayers are the ones unspoken. It's Sunday now, the big day, Communion Day. You arrive at church just before the bells toll, and the atmosphere is thick with incense and anticipation. Today, you won't just be eating bread, you'll be consuming the literal body of Christ, or so you're told. You take your place in the pews, surrounded by neighbors who all look just as nervous as you feel. Because there's a rumor going around. One of those strange, persistent medieval whispers that if you are impure, if you harbor hidden sins or unspeakable thoughts, the communion wafer will bleed and maybe scream. The church, of course, never officially endorses such tales, but unofficially, oh, they flourish. Priests warn the children in trembling tones, "Don't lie during confession, or the host will cry out when it touches your tongue." And Sister Agnes insists she once saw a wafer twitch like a fish. You doubt it, but then again, she hasn't blinked in 6 years. The Mass proceeds as usual. Chants in Latin, call and response. The echo of sandals on cold stone floors. The priest raises the chalice. The bell rings 3 times, and everyone shifts forward in their seats. The tension is real. One woman is already whispering prayers under her breath, like she's trying to exorcise her own lunch. And then comes the moment. Communion. You shuffle forward in the line, hands clasped. The priest looks you dead in the eye. You swallow hard. He holds up the host with 2 fingers, thin, white, perfectly round. He says the sacred words. You barely hear them. You open your mouth. It rests on your tongue like paper. Dry, tasteless, holy. You close your mouth and wait. Nothing. No blood. No wail. No sudden flash of light or gory betrayal. Just bread. Blessed. Perhaps. Symbolic, certainly. But also just bread. You exhale. Back in your seat. You notice a young boy ahead of you who refuses to swallow. He's holding the wafer in his mouth like it's about to explode. His mother nudges him. He swallows. Nothing happens. He grins, then immediately starts picking his nose. Spiritual maturity at its finest. The belief that communion wafers could react to sin was surprisingly widespread. Some churches claimed their hosts had performed miracles, bubbling with red liquid, floating above the altar, even glowing in the dark, though that last one may have involved phosphorus and a bit of wishful thinking. Historians still argue whether these stories were invented to scare people straight or stemmed from genuine mass hallucinations. Fear is, after all, a powerful seasoning for faith. There were also urban legends about black masses in which evil priests reversed the ritual, cursing the host to invoke demons instead of grace. Naturally, these stories were always told in hushed voices by people who knew someone who heard it from a goat herder near Toulouse. You leave the church, your stomach still rumbling. The wafer wasn't exactly filling, but spiritually, you're satisfied. Mostly. Later, you overhear two women arguing over whether the host should be chewed or allowed to dissolve. One insists chewing is disrespectful. The other says Jesus had teeth. So what's the problem? You nod along politely, silently relieved your own wafer didn't bleed, scream, or set your tongue on fire. Still, it's not just the host that carries weight. The chalice of wine, Christ's blood, according to doctrine, is sometimes said to ferment in supernatural ways. In one town, a goblet of consecrated wine reportedly turned to thick syrup and healed a woman's leprosy. In another, the wine boiled without heat. Pilgrims flocked, merchants followed, and before long, there were bootleg versions being sold in neighboring villages. Of course, not every priest was convinced. Some cautioned against superstition. It is a mystery, they'd say, not a magic trick. But for a peasant with a toothache, a bleeding host was as persuasive as 100 sermons. You remember old Brother Cuthbert, who once claimed that he saw a rat steal a consecrated wafer. That rodent's going straight to hell, he whispered with a tremble. You'd asked whether rats could be damned. He didn't answer, just stared off into the middle distance like someone remembering combat. But here's the thing. Belief makes the bread holy. It turns flour and water into the edge of the divine. And when your life is filled with plague, famine, and the occasional Viking raid, even the tiniest miracle feels enormous. That night, you dream of a floating wafer orbiting your head like a moon. You wake up with the taste of flour still on your tongue and wonder if the sacred can be that simple, that quiet. And maybe that's enough. The rooster crows, but something sounds off. You crack open the shutters and listen again. Yes, that's definitely your neighbor's chicken. And yes, it's clucking backwards. You dress quickly, toss a cloak over your shoulders, and make your way through the muddy lane to old Widow Gertrude's cottage. By the time you arrive, a crowd has gathered. The chicken in question, a scrawny white thing with a suspicious glint in its eye, is pacing in circles, squawking in strange rhythms, like it's reciting the book of Job in reverse. Gertrude is pale. It started just after sunrise, she whispers, right after I spilled holy water on the coop. The villagers murmur. You hear someone mention possession. Someone else mutters witchcraft. But the consensus, eventually, is that this is a job for, of course, the friar. Brother Pascal arrives 20 minutes later, slightly winded, clutching a pouch of herbs and a large wooden cross. His eyes narrow at the chicken, who responds by laying an egg directly onto the church's offering plate. Everyone gasps. Exorcisms were more common in medieval life than you'd think, far beyond the dramatic head-spinning tales modern movies depict. Anything that couldn't be explained was fair game for a casting out. A twitch, a tremor, a toothache, a weirdly behaving goat. Historians still debate the actual motivations behind these rituals. Some argue it was spiritual fervor. Others see it as early psychology, treating trauma or seizures with ritual because medicine hadn't quite gotten there yet. And some just really, really hated chickens. The friar steps forward, sprinkles holy water, and begins muttering in Latin. He waves the cross, then dramatically slams his Bible shut, startling the chicken. It flutters awkwardly, squawks again, backwards, and then goes silent. Brother Pascal gasps. The villagers lean in. The chicken burps. Gertrude faints. Exorcisms, especially over animals or objects, were not unheard of in medieval Europe. There are actual recorded cases of priests exorcising butter that refused to churn, pigs that refused to stop biting, and one famously foul-mouthed parrot in Florence that could recite the 7 deadly sins on command. There's even a tale, perhaps exaggerated, of a bishop exorcising a windmill that made too much noise during Vespers. You watch the friar as he performs the rest of the ritual. It's more performance than theology now. He lights incense, throws a pinch of salt, and commands the foul demon to depart. You spot the baker in the back, suppressing a chuckle. You do the same. Still, no one leaves. Not yet. Because what if it works? The chicken blinks. Then, as if bored of the whole affair, it pecks at the friar's sandal and settles down to sleep. Applause erupts. Gertrude is revived with a splash of well water and offers Brother Pascal a meat pie. He politely declines, citing bad experience with poultry lately. On your walk home, you pass a boy holding a frog in a basket. He asks if frogs can be possessed. You tell him, only if they croak in Latin. He nods solemnly, clearly planning to eavesdrop on his frog later tonight. Exorcisms weren't always theatrical, of course. In some villages, they were grim affairs. A child with epilepsy might be restrained and prayed over for hours. A woman suffering from postpartum psychosis might be accused of being in league with demons. The line between medicine and mysticism was faint, and often crossed with the best of intentions, but tragic outcomes. But in your little village, things are gentler, stranger. 2. Last year, someone tried to exorcise a haunted loaf of bread. It simply refused to rise. Turned out, the yeast was dead. But for a brief, glorious afternoon, the entire town believed they were fighting demonic gluten. As you finally reach your doorstep, you hear distant clucking, normal clucking. This time, you glance back at the chicken coop and smile. Maybe it really was possessed. Maybe it was just indigestion. Maybe, in a world with few explanations and many fears, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that for a brief moment, people gathered, believed, and found comfort in ritual, even if the target was a chicken with questionable vocal patterns. And tonight, as you drift off, you can't help but think, if someone tried to exorcise your tired mind, would the stress fly out with a cluck? You're walking past the convent this morning, just as the sun hits the east wall and bathes the stained glass windows in a soft, holy glow. It would be peaceful, tranquil, even if not for the shrieking. It's not panic, not pain. It's ecstasy. And it's coming from Sister Beatrix. You peer discreetly around the courtyard gate. There she is, arms outstretched, eyes rolled back, blood dripping from her palms. 2 other nuns are holding her upright. A third is chanting something between a hymn and a plea. You've stumbled, quite accidentally, into the middle of a stigmata episode. The wounds are unmistakable. Thin crimson lines right through the center of both hands, a streak just below her hairline, and what might be a tear in her side. You blink. It's either a miracle or a very committed dramatization. Stigmata, visible wounds resembling those suffered by Christ on the cross, have long held a special place in medieval religious imagination. To bear them is seen by some as a sign of divine favor, an indication of intense spiritual union with Jesus' suffering. But as with all things medieval and mysterious, historians still argue whether stigmata are divine, psychological, or just the result of extremely pointy devotion. Sister Beatrix has a reputation. She fasts more than necessary. She prays louder than most. And she once claimed she could smell sin. Like boiled cabbage, she told you. You're not sure what that means, but she avoids market days. You've also heard rumors that her wounds appear only when Bishop Roland visits, that she once tried to exorcise a cheese wheel, that she was caught in the pantry with a vial of red dye, but swore it was holy ink for scriptural copying. Still, you can't deny the effect. Around her, the other sisters are moved to tears. One nun clutches a crucifix so hard it leaves an imprint on her fingers. Even the typically skeptical abbess appears solemn. Whether it's real or not, the faith in the room is palpable. As you watch, Beatrix opens her mouth and speaks, slowly, reverently. The Lord suffers, so we may be whole. A bit theatrical, but she pulls it off. The courtyard falls completely silent, save for the wind. There's a long medieval history of stigmata cases, beginning most famously with St. Francis of Assisi in the 13th century. His wounds appeared after a long period of fasting and meditation on Mount Laverna. Following his example, hundreds of cases were recorded across Europe, mostly women, many in convents, and almost all during periods of intense spiritual or emotional strain. Some scholars believe these episodes were psychosomatic, a kind of divine placebo. Others suspect the involvement of herbs, salves, and well-hidden pins. A few modern interpretations even see stigmata as a form of religiously encoded self-harm, deeply rooted in cultural expectations of female suffering and sanctity. But in the medieval mind, none of that mattered. What mattered was presence, a holy mystery, bleeding before your very eyes. Later, you catch the convent cook, Sister Madeline, rolling her eyes. She always chooses Fridays, she mutters, ladling soup into a bowl. And somehow, always after Tomato Day, you stifle a laugh. Still, you remember last winter, when Sister Beatrix touched a sick boy's forehead and he was well the next day. Coincidence? Possibly. Miracle? Depends who you ask. Even the skeptics hesitate before scoffing too loudly. Stigmata were never officially required for sainthood, but they certainly helped. They marked you as chosen, suffering, but favored, painfully holy, and for women especially, they could become a form of spiritual agency, power through vulnerability. You stay until the end of the scene. The blood has stopped. Beatrix lies on a simple straw mattress, breathing slow and shallow, a bandage wrapped around her palm. She looks serene, satisfied, like someone who just survived something sacred or pulled off one heck of a performance. As the sisters disperse, you catch one last glimpse of her through the window. She raises a hand, ever so slightly, and offers you a smile. There's something oddly peaceful about it, something human. You walk away, unsure what to believe. Maybe it was a miracle. Maybe it was tomato soup and very sharp fingernails. But either way, for that brief moment, the mundane world cracked open, and something divine, theatrical, or just deeply moving peeked through. And later, as you lie in bed staring at your own palms, unmarked and ordinary, you wonder what kind of faith it takes to bleed in front of an audience. You've heard of monks who live in silence. You've even watched a nun bleed through her palms. But nothing quite prepares you for the story of Brother Thaddeus. He lives, or rather, exists, just beyond the edge of the village. Technically, he lives in the church, but not in it. Within it. Walled inside. You arrive at the chapel to find a few parishioners praying quietly near the side altar. You nod to the deacon and gesture toward the far wall, where a small iron grate is set into the stone. He nods back solemnly. He's still in there, he whispers, as if Brother Thaddeus is a particularly delicate houseplant. You kneel and peer through the grate. It's dark on the other side, but you can just make out a figure, barely more than a silhouette, sitting cross-legged on the floor. He doesn't move. You're not even sure he's breathing. And then, as your eyes adjust, you see it. The glint of his rosary, slowly sliding through his fingers. Anchorites, they're called, or anchoresses. If female, religious recluses who voluntarily sealed themselves inside cells attached to churches, often for life. Not metaphorically sealed, literally. Bricked in, with no door, just a window to the outside world, a slit for food, and a tiny view of the altar so they could still attend Mass. And why? To be closer to God by removing every possible distraction. No talking, no traveling, no dinner parties, just endless prayer, reading, and a daily conversation with spiders. Some anchorites wrote journals, now treasured by historians. Others vanished into obscurity. Most were regarded with awe and a little fear. Because walling yourself into a tomb while still alive tends to raise eyebrows, even in the Middle Ages. You whisper, Brother Thaddeus? And from the darkness, a slow, gravelly voice answers, Pray with me. So you do. For a moment, you don't quite know what for, but it feels appropriate. Behind you, the villagers speak in hushed tones. He's been in there 20 years, someone says. Haven't seen his face since I was a boy. Another adds, he only eats barley and rainwater, refuses meat, refuses even honey. You glance at the grate again. No movement. Anchorites often took a special rite before being enclosed, something akin to a funeral. The bishop would bless them, perform a mass, and then they'd enter the cell, knowing they'd never leave. People cried, not for sorrow, but reverence. You were giving up life itself for God. But here's the thing. Not all anchorites were as austere as legend claims. Some kept books. Some accepted gifts. A few, like the infamous anchoress Christina of Markyate, were rumored to receive spiritual visitors of the decidedly non-ang angelic variety. Historians still argue whether the solitary life was truly holy or just deeply, deeply weird. Still, there's no denying the devotion it required. Imagine choosing a 6 by 8 foot cell as your entire universe. No sunlight, no conversation, just the sound of your own breath and the distant echoes of liturgy. If you're lucky, a mouse for company. If you're unlucky, 2. You ask the deacon what Brother Thaddeus does all day. He shrugs. prays, writes. Once, he passed a note through the grate. It just said, "Tell Gregory the west wind brings mold." We don't know who Gregory is. You stay a little longer. Someone brings a bowl of porridge and slides it through a wooden flap. A hand reaches out, thin, pale, calloused, and accepts it, then vanishes again. One day, they say, the wall will be unsealed, and what remains will be buried in the churchyard. Until then, he waits. Not for death, but for union. For stillness so complete, it becomes divine. You leave feeling unsettled, not frightened, just aware of how far some souls will go to find peace, of how heavy devotion can become when it sheds every worldly weight. That night, your bed feels spacious, the walls too far apart, and for a moment, you wonder what it's like to be still enough, quiet enough, to hear the divine whisper through stone. And then you realize, Brother Thaddeus chose this. Your feet ache. Blisters bloom on your heels like tiny badges of honor. You've been walking for days, weeks, even, with little more than stale bread, a flask of sour wine, and a single, glorious purpose: to see a toenail, not just any toenail. Of course, St. Peter's toenail, preserved in gold, displayed in a crystal box, and said to radiate blessings if you gaze upon it long enough. So here you are, limping up the final hill. Breath short, eyes bleary, heart strangely full. Pilgrimages were a central part of medieval faith. Spiritual marathons fueled by dust, hope, and an uncomfortable number of foot infections. People traveled hundreds of miles, often barefoot, to reach holy relics, bones, sandals, splinters from the true cross, anything connected, however loosely, to the divine. And yes, toenails. Because holiness, like fungus, has no respect for glamour. As you reach the shrine, the line is already long. Dozens of fellow pilgrims shuffle forward, some kneeling, others weeping softly. A few argue over who gets a better view. You spot a merchant selling indulgences near the back. 1 coin for forgiveness of light sins, 2 for the full soul cleanse. You consider asking if he offers a volume discount. Historians still debate whether these pilgrimages were about penance or tourism. Some argue they were deeply personal quests for healing or forgiveness. Others point out the boom in taverns, hostels, and souvenir markets that blossomed along the pilgrim trails. Buy a badge, St. Peter's toenail, limited edition. You inch closer. There's incense in the air. A soft chant hums from within the chapel. You pass a woman dragging her arthritic husband in a wheelbarrow. Both look deliriously happy. In front of you, a child clutches a crude drawing labeled Blessing Map. You pretend not to be jealous. At last, it's your turn. You step into the tiny chamber. Candles flicker. The relic glows in its ornate case, positioned on a pedestal beneath a painted image of St. Peter, looking both proud and slightly embarrassed. And there it is, the toenail. It's brownish, curved, impossibly old. The golden setting makes it look elegant, somehow, regal. You stare. You try to feel something. Holiness, awe. Instead, your brain supplies an intrusive thought. Was it the big toe? You banish the question and drop to your knees. Even if it's not actually his toenail, even if it belonged to a monk or a particularly hairy merchant, it doesn't matter. What matters is the act, the journey, the belief. You whisper a prayer, something simple, something real. Behind you, a monk clears his throat. Your time is up. You rise slowly and step out into the sunlight. For a moment, the world feels quieter, sharper, like the air has been swept clean. Pilgrimage wasn't always about relics. Sometimes it was about the road itself, walking as a form of penance. Each mile a prayer, each blister a confession. Medieval pilgrims faced wolves, bandits, famine, and boredom. But they also sang songs, shared stories, and bonded in strange, muddy camaraderie. There are journals from that time, half faded, half embellished, describing visions along the road. A cloud shaped like the Virgin's face, a talking goat, a bush that smelled inexplicably like cinnamon. Some pilgrims never reached their destination. Others never returned. You pass a woman selling small tokens outside the shrine. For a few coins, she offers nail-shaped trinkets made from pewter. You hesitate, then buy one. It's sharp, oddly comforting. There's a tavern nearby where pilgrims gather after their viewing. You stop in, drink something bitter and brown, and listen to the chatter. Someone swears they saw the toenail move. Another says he felt a tingle in his spine. A third claims the toenail gave him back his sense of smell. Though to be fair, he also just sneezed 3 times into his ale. Later, back in your bedroll, you press the token to your chest and try to remember the feeling you had in the chapel. It's hard to describe, not quite divine, but not nothing. Something halfway between reverence and absurdity, like laughing in a cathedral. And you realize, maybe that's what pilgrimage is. Not certainty, not clarity, but a walk toward meaning. Even when your destination is a toenail, it's a blustery day, and you're heading into town with a bundle of herbs tucked under your arm, not for cooking, not even for healing. You're using them to keep demons away, because, according to Brother Gregor, local herbalist, sometime mystic, full-time gossip, Satan hates lavender. You weren't entirely convinced the first time he told you. But after last month's nightmare, where you dreamt of being chased by a leprous goat screaming in Latin, you're not taking any chances. So now you carry a small bouquet of rosemary, lavender, and mugwort in a pouch around your neck. Your neighbors call it eccentric. You call it insurance. You're not alone. All across medieval Europe, people believed certain smells could repel evil. Scent, it was said, affected not just the body, but the soul. And if a demon happened to be lurking nearby, a good whiff of thyme might just send him packing. The belief has roots in real concerns. Plagues were often blamed on miasmas, bad air, foul smells believed to carry disease. So herbs weren't just for show. They were considered both spiritual and medical armor, a walking incense defense system. Still, some of the recommendations raise eyebrows. Brother Gregor insists that burning fennel drives away impure thoughts. That stuffing a shoe with mint keeps succubi at bay. That demons particularly loathe marjoram because it reminds them of heaven's bathwater. You didn't ask how he knows this. You're not ready for that conversation. Historians still debate whether this folk herbology was sanctioned by the church or merely tolerated. Some priests embraced it, incorporating herbs into blessings and rituals. Others condemned it as superstition or, worse, witchcraft. A few unlucky herbalists found themselves on trial, accused of conjuring rather than curing. You pass a woman tying dried rosemary over her doorway. She catches your eye and nods solemnly. To keep the whispers out, she says. You nod back. It's the kind of thing you don't question anymore. Inside the apothecary, the shelves are a riot of color and smell: dried petals, twisted roots, powders with names like devil's tongue and saint's dust. A small sign reads, "No garlic sold on credit." You assume someone tried to fight vampires on a payment plan. You ask the apothecary if he has anything stronger than lavender. He leans in, eyes gleaming. Wormwood soaked in consecrated wine, guaranteed to make demons weep. You buy 2 sachets, just in case. There's a long tradition of using smell in religious rites. Incense in churches isn't just for ambiance. It's symbolic purification. Sweet smoke rising to heaven. You think of the frankincense and myrrh brought to baby Jesus. Holy aromatherapy. But the folk side of things got experimental. Some claimed that burning dried owl droppings could ward off unclean spirits. Others brewed teas from graveyard moss for spiritual clarity. And one particularly eccentric monk swore by smearing garlic paste on the soles of his feet during Lent. "Keep Satan from grabbing your toes," he'd mutter. He died of unrelated causes, but still. You walk past the church, clutching your herbal bundle, and notice a child scratching a strange symbol into the dirt with a stick. When asked what he's drawing, he says, "The sign that makes ghosts sneeze." You can't tell if he's joking or if he's the next local prophet. Later, at home, you hang a small pouch above your bed. Lavender, mugwort, and one mysterious leaf. The apothecary swore came from a holy fig tree. You lie back, breathing in the scent. It's earthy, clean, oddly calming. And maybe that's the point. Even if no demon was ever driven off by a well-placed sprig of thyme, the ritual comforts, anchors you, reminds you that not everything is chaos, that you can do something, however small, to hold the darkness at bay. Just before sleep takes you, a breeze slips through the shutters. It smells faintly of rosemary and rain. And for the first time in weeks, you don't dream of leprous goats. You've been invited to supper with a fringe sect that meets just outside the village walls. They're quiet folk, mostly farmers and weavers, but they follow a rather peculiar spiritual discipline. Tonight's menu? Rocks. You arrive to find the group seated in a circle on the grass, each person with a small linen napkin, a wooden bowl, and 3 smooth, round pebbles, carefully chosen, washed, and arranged with reverence. One man holds a stone aloft like a sacred offering. A woman beside him whispers a prayer under her breath, then gently places the stone on her tongue. Welcome to the Feast of Stones. You try not to stare. Instead, you take your seat, nod politely, and examine your own assigned stones. They're not large, about the size of a hazelnut, worn smooth by river water. One smells faintly of moss. You're told this is important. Moss means humility, says the man on your left. Lichen means pride. You decide not to ask what barnacles mean. The leader, a wiry man with a kind of voice that makes everything sound urgent, raises his hand. "Let us mortify the tongue," he says, and everyone nods solemnly. Then, almost simultaneously, they place the first pebble in their mouths. You follow suit. It's underwhelming, cold, gritty. Your teeth instinctively clench to avoid cracking. You suck gently, wondering if there's a trick to it, a taste you're missing. There isn't. It's just rock. But apparently, that's the point. This odd ritual is rooted in the idea that the tongue is a dangerous organ. It gossips. It boasts. It lies. By placing something in the mouth that prevents speech, believers practice discipline, silence, humility, and control. Historians still argue whether the Feast of Stones was widespread or confined to a few particularly enthusiastic regions. Some interpret it as penance, others as metaphor turned literal. One friar referred to it in a letter as chewing sin into silence. Another called it dietary nonsense. Still, the tradition persists in this little circle. After a few minutes of awkward stone sucking, the leader begins to chant. Everyone hums along, wordlessly, because no one can enunciate with a pebble bouncing around in their mouth. You suppress a snort. The chant is oddly soothing, a low drone, like bees under a heavy sky. You close your eyes. The stone presses against your tongue. You can feel your thoughts quieting, just a little. Then comes the second stone, slightly larger. This one is for restraint. They tell you. You resist the urge to ask how restraint differs from humility, and how we either relate to putting rocks in your mouth. A woman 2 places down gags slightly. No one reacts. She quietly switches to a smaller pebble. Grace is allowed, you're told, just not indulgence. By the time the third stone is introduced, this one for divine emptiness, you've entered a state somewhere between reverence and absurdity. Everyone's faces are slack, calm. There's something undeniably meditative about it. And you realize, with a strange flicker of insight, that it's not really about the stones. It's about stopping, about not speaking, about resisting the constant urge to fill space with words. In a time when the average person's voice rarely mattered, giving it up, deliberately, became powerful. You remember the sermon last week, when Father Alric railed against idle chatter. He said that every unkind word was a crack in the soul's armor, that the devil walks on slippery syllables. That gossip is a slow poison with a honeyed taste. You wonder how many pebbles it would take to silence an entire court, or a battlefield. The ritual ends with a shared sip of water, passed carefully from person to person in a single wooden cup. You take your turn. The water is cool, tinged with mint. It tastes like moss, like silence. No one applauds. No one speaks. People nod to one another and begin to drift off into the dark. Stones wrapped in linen and return to their pockets like sacred rosaries. One woman presses hers to her lips before tucking it into a pouch. You do the same, unsure why. On your walk home, you roll the pebble in your hand. You realize your jaw feels looser, your tongue quieter, your breath more deliberate. And as you settle into bed, you leave the stone by your pillow, just in case your dreams start talking too much. The wind picks up tonight, carrying a crisp bite of autumn. You wrap your cloak tighter and shift uncomfortably in your seat, not because of the weather, but because beneath your tunic, your shirt is made of horsehair, and it itches like a sermon on eternal damnation. This, of course, is deliberate. You're wearing a hair shirt, one of the more itchy and baffling traditions in the world of medieval religious practice. A garment crafted not for comfort, but for discomfort. A prickly, scratchy declaration of humility, penance, and the deep belief that comfort is a trap, and pain is the path to heaven. You try not to scratch, you fail. A little hair shirts, also called silices, were made from coarse animal hair, often horse or goat, sometimes woven with little bits of rope or twigs to ensure maximum itchiness. Some were worn over the torso, others directly on the skin beneath every layer. The most committed even slept in them. You've worn yours for 3 days. You're told it takes about a week before your skin adjusts. You're not sure you want to adjust. The idea, according to monks, hermits, and overzealous bishops, is that physical suffering purifies the soul. The flesh must be tamed, humbled. And what better way to do that than by spending every waking moment feeling like you've been hugged by an aggressive hedgehog? Historians still debate the psychological roots of this practice. Some see it as a reaction to opulence in the church, a way to reclaim simplicity. Others argue it's part of a larger obsession with bodily control, a medieval suspicion that anything comfortable might tempt sin. And some just think people in the 1300s really hated themselves. You pass Brother Odo in the monastery corridor. His eyes are bloodshot. He nods in that way that says, "Yes, I, too, am currently being poked by 1,000 sacred splinters." You both smile. The fragile, itchy smile of shared misery. Of course, not all hair shirts were made equal. The rich often had deluxe versions, coarser, heavier, sometimes lined with little metal hooks. King Henry IV of Castile was buried in one. St. Thomas Becket wore his beneath the finest bishop's robes. A reminder that under every display of power should lie a foundation of prickly humility. Some ascetics went further. They added belts with spikes, chains, nails, anything to make sure they remembered their unworthiness. One particularly committed nun, Marjorie Kempe, wrote that she once considered walking barefoot across a bed of thorns while reciting psalms. She decided against it when her confessor reminded her the floor was stone and she'd likely crack a toe. Still, the hair shirt became something of a spiritual badge of honor. If someone itched during Vespers, it wasn't lice, it was holiness. If you bled a little, even better. Suffering meant sincerity. And as far as wardrobe choices went, nothing said, "I renounce this world," like dressing in something even your horse wouldn't want back. You sit for evening prayers. Every movement is a reminder. You are not meant to be comfortable. The cloth scrapes your back like penance in fabric form. You try to focus on the words, but your inner dialogue becomes a chant of its own. Don't scratch. Don't scratch. Don't scratch. Eventually, you give in. A quick shuffle, a discreet tug at the collar, a sigh of relief, and then the guilt. Because that's the genius of the hair shirt. It doesn't just cause discomfort, it turns relief into sin. Every time you ease the pain, you're reminded that you were trying to avoid suffering, and thus, by medieval logic, you're probably going to need more prayer. But it's not all torment. Some describe the hair shirt as a paradoxical comfort, a way to externalize inner guilt, to wear your penance literally on your sleeve. Others say it sharpens the senses, heightens awareness, makes the divine feel closer, because nothing else is allowed to distract you, except maybe the rash. Later, as you prepare for bed, you hang the hair shirt over a wooden peg. You know you'll put it on again tomorrow, not because you're forced to, but because, in some strange, itchy way, it's working. It grounds you, reminds you of your smallness, your imperfections, your place. And as you lie beneath your blanket, soft, comforting, almost sinful, you feel every tingle on your skin like a whisper. Not punishment, not pride, just a quiet reminder that holiness in this strange world sometimes starts with a scratch. It's late afternoon when the bells toll, not for a wedding, not for mass, but for a very particular kind of viewing. You follow the slow stream of villagers toward the cathedral, each person holding a small candle, their faces a mixture of reverence and morbid curiosity. The whispers start before you even pass the courtyard gate. They say his skin hasn't decayed. I heard his eyes opened last Tuesday. His breath still smells like holy wine. You've come for the corpse of Bishop Alaric, sainted, embalmed, enshrined, and today, unsealed, twice a year. His remains are displayed for the faithful, who come from miles around to gaze upon the so-called miracle of preservation. You squeeze into the cathedral, elbow to elbow with peasants, merchants, noble ladies with lace-wrapped noses. Incense curls into the air, heavy and sweet, possibly masking the underlying odor of sanctified decomposition. At the front of the nave sits the coffin, carved from dark oak, lined with velvet, and sealed with wax impressions of 7 saints. 2 monks undo the locks with silver keys. The crowd leans in. The lid lifts. There he is, Bishop Alaric, once the most revered voice in the diocese. Now, a leather-skinned figure with half-closed eyelids and fingers curled in permanent benediction. His robes are pristine. His ring still glints. Someone sighs audibly. You squint. He looks okay. Not fresh. Not terrifying. Just very dry. Like someone forgot to take the roast out of the oven 2 hours ago. In medieval Europe, incorruptibility was seen as a sign of sainthood. If a holy person's body resisted decay, it meant divine favor, a physical sign that their soul had reached the highest of realms. Churches proudly displayed such corpses, sometimes whole, sometimes partial. Shrines were built, pilgrimages formed, donations flowed. Historians still argue whether these incorrupt bodies were due to embalming techniques, environmental conditions, or generous applications of myrrh, resin, and wishful thinking. But to the faithful, none of that mattered. Flesh that didn't rot, that was heaven's seal. The nun beside you weeps softly. She presses a handkerchief to her lips and whispers, "He healed my cousin's foot fungus." You're unsure whether she means in life or after death. The line begins to move. Each person is allowed a brief moment to kneel, look, and, if they dare, touch. Some press rosaries to the corpse's feet. Others kiss the edge of the coffin. One man carefully holds up a loaf of bread and mutters a quiet blessing, hoping the holy presence will season it with miracles. When it's your turn, you approach slowly. Alaric's face is waxy. His nose has slumped slightly to the left. One eye seems to peek open a sliver too wide. You're not sure if it's sacred or just unsettling. But you kneel anyway. The scent is overpowering. Lavender, clove, and something like old rain. You bow your head and whisper a prayer. Not for anything big, just for peace and a decent night's sleep. Then you rise and step aside. Behind you, a mother lifts her baby to the coffin, holding his tiny foot just close enough for blessed proximity. The baby giggles. The crowd sighs. There were other famous saint corpses like this. Saint Catherine of Bologna, whose body still sits upright on a chair. Saint Zita, visible behind glass, with her mouth ever so slightly ajar. Some of these bodies were centuries old, yet looked oddly lifelike. Though modern studies have found that many were treated, mummified, or had parts discreetly replaced, A wooden hand here, a wax cheek there. Holiness, it seems, occasionally needed some props. You remember the story of the monk who secretly replaced a decomposing toe with a turnip, hoping no one would notice. They didn't for 3 years. But even when the preservation fails, the faith doesn't. One saint's body collapsed into dust upon exposure instead of panic. The people cheered. He wanted to return to the earth, someone said. A miracle of a different kind. As the procession continues, the monks quietly place fresh herbs around the coffin, dabbing the corpse's forehead with rose water. The bishop, once again, seems to smile if you tilt your head and squint. You exit the cathedral into the golden haze of late day. The world feels a little surreal, like you've just stepped out of a dream where death isn't final, where decay is optional, and where a man's holiness can be measured by how many flies don't land on him. That night, as candlelight dances on your walls, you imagine yourself centuries from now, preserved, remembered, maybe even revered. Then you chuckle. You'd probably rot by Tuesday. You're awoken just before dawn by shouting in the village square. Not the usual kind. No drunken arguments. No cart stuck in mud complaints. This time, it's about cheese. You stumble outside, still rubbing sleep from your eyes, and see a crowd gathered around the town fountain. In the center, a wooden cart, draped in velvet, holding a large wheel of pale, waxy cheese. And the cheese is weeping, not metaphorically. There's actual oil, clear, slightly golden, oozing from its rind. A priest is already on his knees, murmuring a psalm. A boy waves a censer around it like it's the Ark of the Covenant. Someone else throws a cloak over the cheese to preserve its modesty. Welcome to the miracle of the weeping cheese. You edge closer. It does, in fact, appear to be crying. The liquid dribbles steadily, forming a halo-shaped puddle on the wooden cart. A woman near you whispers, "It began at midnight. My cousin touched it, and now his warts are gone." Another adds, "It smells like Mary's tears." You sniff. It smells like goat. In the Middle Ages, miracle foods weren't unheard of. Weeping statues were common enough. But dairy products? That was something special. A sign, perhaps, that the divine could manifest in even the humblest of kitchens. The cheese belongs to old Yorand, the town's most eccentric dairyman. He stands near the cart now, arms crossed, looking simultaneously proud and horrified. "It wasn't weeping yesterday," he mutters. "I left it in the root cellar, and this morning, bam, holy dairy." A friar steps forward and dabs the surface of the cheese with a cloth. He holds it up reverently. It glistens. The crowd gasps. "This is no ordinary ooze," he proclaims. "This is sanctified whey." Historians still argue whether miracles like this were genuine, the result of fermentation quirks, or simple opportunism dressed in cassocks. Some believe the cheese wept due to a sudden shift in temperature causing the fats to separate, a natural process, especially with poorly aged rounds. Others suggest that food-based miracles became popular because they made the divine tangible, smellable, even spreadable. Still, the implications are serious. The bishop will be summoned. The cheese may need to be moved to a shrine. There are murmurs of an annual feast. Someone's already suggesting souvenir slices. Miracle cheese, vacuum sealed for holiness on the go. But not everyone's convinced. Brother Hannes, The skeptical scribe mutters, "It's just sweating." He sniffs again, and maybe slightly off. You watch him scribble in his notebook. Possible divine dairy. Further testing required. You ask Jorand if anything was different about this particular wheel. He shrugs. Same as always. Milked the goats, added rennet, blessed it with my usual prayer to Saint Columba, flipped it twice a week, nothing fancy. Then he pauses, although I did dream of angels last week, and they were making fondue. Of course they were. Soon the cheese becomes too significant to ignore. A group of villagers gently lift it, still leaking, and process it through town, chanting the Magnificat. They place it temporarily in the side chapel, between a statue of St. Michael and the broom closet. Pilgrims arrive by noon. One woman claims that smelling it eased her hip pain. Another dips her fingers into the oily residue and rubs it behind her ears for protection. A child tries to lick it and is immediately smacked by his mother. Jorand is now selling hand-carved cheese knives stamped with a tiny weeping eye. For devotional slicing, he claims. You buy one, not for belief, just for the story. Later that evening, the priest gives a sermon comparing the cheese to the body of the church, firm, aged through suffering, and weeping for its people. It's oddly compelling. You almost tear up yourself. The weeping slows over the next few days, but the legend has already taken root. The blessed cheese of St. Alaric, they're calling it now. A relic in wheel form. Jorand's other cheeses are selling at quadruple the usual price. He's uncomfortable with the fame, but not that uncomfortable. As you drift to sleep that night, the scent of dairy miracles still lingering in the air. You wonder, if the divine can speak through cheese, what else might it whisper through? A loaf of bread? A spoon? A particularly sincere turnip? And then, just before sleep takes you, your stomach growls. Loudly, you whisper a small apology, not to God, to the cheese. The convent bakery smells like heaven today. Fresh loaves line the windowsills, steam curling up into the morning chill. You arrive just in time to see Sister Hildegard pulling out a tray of wafers. Thin, golden, still crackling from the heat. But these aren't communion wafers. These are biscuits from God. At least, that's what she says. You watch as she sets them gently on a linen cloth and leans in, whispering to the dough, "Thank you, Lord, for speaking to me in butter." She then crosses herself and nods to you. "Would you like one?" she asks, eyes sparkling. "Jesus told me how to make them." You nod, because what else does one say to that? She hands you a biscuit. It's warm, flaky, slightly sweet, with a hint of anise and oddly clove. You take a bite. Your eyes widen. It is divine. Sister Hildegard has, for weeks now, claimed to receive culinary visions, recipes from heaven, spices whispered in dreams, baking temperatures divinely revealed. Some call it madness. Others call it a miracle. A few call it the sacred kitchen movement. The convent mother is torn. On one hand, Hildegard's biscuits are drawing pilgrims. On the other, there's something slightly unorthodox about marketing baked goods as direct revelations. "They taste too good to be holy," she muttered once, watching a nun devour a third. Historians still argue how much medieval mysticism overlapped with everyday domestic skills. Women, especially in convents, found their own ways of channeling spiritual expression through embroidery, gardening, or, in this case, pastry. Sister Hildegard insists she's not inventing these recipes. I wake up, she says, and I know the flour ratio. She's also started drawing pictures of angels holding measuring spoons. One sketch has wings dusted in cinnamon. You've seen stranger art. She once claimed a biscuit cured a man's chronic melancholy. He ate one, she said, and smiled for the first time in months. The man in question later admitted it might have also been the wine, but either way, the biscuit helped. You finish yours and realize you do feel better. Maybe not enlightened, but certainly warm, comforted, grounded in that humble, flower and faith kind of way. Word spreads fast. Pilgrims begin arriving at the convent, not for relics, but for recipe scrolls. Sister Hildegard starts writing down her visions. Titles include Heavenly Walnut Loaf for repentance, Angel Crust Pie for difficult confessions, and the popular Holy Honey Drops for husbands who won't listen. Soon, the nuns are fielding questions from the curious and the credulous alike. Do the biscuits retain holiness after digestion? One asks. Can I fast if I only eat miracle shortbread? Another wonders. Sister Hildegard answers with saintly patience. God, she says, likes flavor. The abbess decides to compromise. The bakery may sell biscuits, but only if accompanied by scripture cards. Each treat now comes with a psalm or proverb. The verses are oddly well matched. Your next biscuit includes a slip that reads, "Taste and see that the Lord is good." You begin to suspect Hildegard might be onto something. Of course, there are doubters. A local monk writes a scathing letter about culinary idolatry. Another claims no true prophet would use cardamom. Sister Hildegard, unfazed, sends him a batch of blessed bitter biscuits for jealous monks. He eats all 6. Eventually, a bishop visits, samples a tart, declares it reverent, approves limited distribution. Sister Hildegard weeps softly, then bakes a commemorative pie with a cross baked into the crust. That night, you dream of honey and lavender, of loaves floating in clouds, of angels measuring flour on golden scales. You wake up smiling. Maybe divine messages can come through ovens. Maybe sanctity smells like cinnamon. Maybe there's holiness in feeding others. One warm, mysterious biscuit at a time. And as you fall back asleep, belly full, soul at ease, you whisper, "Bless this crumb." It's market day again, and the crowd is particularly lively. You weave through carts of turnips and barrels of pickled something, heading toward the commotion near the town square. Someone shouting, loudly, "Step right up and test your fate. The holy ferret judges all." You pause. Ferret. Sure enough, a friar in a tattered brown robe stands beside a wooden table, upon which sits a long, narrow box. At one end of the box, a curled-up ferret, twitching slightly in its sleep. At the other, a stack of scrolls and a small bowl of dried peas. The friar claps his hands. "Come now, who among you dares submit your soul to sacred scrutiny, confess your sin, or let the ferret sniff it out?" A man steps forward nervously and selects a scroll. Something about a missing sheep and a suspiciously full stew pot. He places it at the box's center. The friar opens the hatch. The ferret stirs, blinks, and sniffs the air. Everyone holds their breath. It snuffles down the box, sniffs the scroll, and bites it. The crowd gasps. "Guilty!" The friar proclaims, "Penance, 3 days of fasting, and no onions." The man groans, "Not the onions." You have questions? Apparently, this is the trial by ferret, a practice unique to a splinter sect known as the Order of St. Erasmus the Perplexed. According to legend, Erasmus once kept a pet ferret that could smell sin. If it nuzzled you, you were clean. If it bit, eternal shame, or at least mild embarrassment. It started as a joke, probably, but like all things medieval, it became very serious very quickly. Historians still argue whether these trials were symbolic or actually trusted. Some suggest they were just elaborate morality plays. Others insist that people took them very seriously, especially in places where the local clergy doubled as the local entertainment. You approach the table cautiously. The friar beams. "Ah, a brave soul. What burden do you carry?" You fumble in your satchel and pull out a scribbled confession. "I once pretended to fast during Lent while secretly eating almonds under my bed." You slide it into the box. The ferret blinks, sniffs, pauses. It sneezes. Everyone gasps again. The friar stares, solemn. Neither guilty nor innocent. Ambiguous. A morally gray almond. You nod. Seems fair. Other confessions follow. A child admits to stealing a candied fig. The ferret ignores the scroll. The boy is forgiven. A merchant submits a list of unpaid debts. The ferret curls up on top of it and goes to sleep. The friar declares this a divine postponement. You can't help but chuckle, but beneath the humor lies a truth. Medieval folk sought signs. Any sign? Divine will, interpreted through smoke patterns, bird entrails, sneezing saints, and yes, occasionally, furry mammals. Judgment wasn't always about logic. It was about feeling seen, held accountable, forgiven. The ferret, now fully awake, wriggles out of the box and darts through the crowd. Children scream with delight. The friar chases after it with surprising speed, shouting, "No judgment without consent." You sit on a nearby bench, watching the chaos unfold. A woman beside you sighs dreamily. "I wish my husband had to answer to a ferret, would keep him humble." Later that day, you hear the order plans to tour nearby villages. Ferret-based absolution for all, the friar promises. You suspect the ferret would rather not. Still, you tuck your ambiguous scroll into your pouch as a souvenir. It feels oddly comforting, knowing you've been judged, not by a cold decree or terrifying inquisition, but by a warm, twitchy creature who just wanted a nap. That night, you fall asleep with the image of the holy ferret curled at the foot of your bed, tail flicking, judgment light. And for once, you feel forgiven. You wake to the sound of groaning wood and muffled chanting. It's still dark. The stars barely faded from the sky, but you know exactly where you're going. The monastery's inner cloister, room of the upright coffins. They call it the dormitorium of the saints, but don't be fooled by the name. There's nothing cozy about it. It's a narrow, stone-walled room, lined with 7 tall wooden boxes, half coffin, half standing wardrobe, and each one holds a sleeping monk. Not lying down, not curled up on hay, standing inside the box, on a bed of thorns. You step into the chamber, and the smell hits you first. Old wood, faint sweat, and crushed herbs. The air is quiet, thick, sacred. A single candle flickers in the corner, casting tall shadows that lean like penitent spirits. One monk emerges, slowly, from his box. Brother Theo. He blinks like he's waking from a year-long fast. His eyes are hollow, rimmed with the sleepless devotion of a man who believes that comfort is sin. You offer a polite nod. He nods back, then carefully slides a thorn from between his toes. Welcome to monastic mortification by insomnia. The practice is extreme, even by medieval standards. Some orders, usually small, zealous, and slightly terrifying, believed that true sanctity required total rejection of the body's needs. Sleep, they argued, made you vulnerable to temptation, to dreams, to comfort. And so, they built standing coffins lined with prickly branches, iron nails, or even dried holly. Monks would sleep vertically, barely dozing, swaying like stalks of wheat, feet bloodied, minds fixed on heaven. You glance at one of the empty boxes. It's as tall as you are, the inside dark, padded with what looks like dried brambles and woven reed mats. A small ledge juts out where the occupant can rest his arms. There's even a hook for a rosary. Historians still argue whether these coffins were widely used or more symbolic, whether monks truly spent the night inside or just used them for a few hours of prayer. Some suggest they were reserved for penance, a self-inflicted punishment for unclean thoughts or excessive snoring. But the records are real. Letters from abbots describing vigils in thorn and vertical meditations. One French prior proudly wrote of his monks who slept without slumber in blessed torment. You try to imagine it, waking every hour as a thorn shifts under your heel, whispering psalms between shivers, praying that your knees don't buckle. And yet, some monks claim to experience visions in these coffins, sacred dreams in the half-sleep between exhaustion and ecstasy. They reported glimpses of angels, luminous cities, even the voices of long-dead saints humming lullabies in Latin. Skeptics might call it sleep deprivation. The monks call it clarity. You sit on a small bench as Brother Theo kneels on the stone floor and begins his morning prayers. He rocks slightly, perhaps out of habit. You notice blood on the hem of his robe. Faint. But there, later, more monks emerge. Some smile faintly, others limp. One man, probably a novice, looks near tears. A senior pats him on the shoulder and hands him a sprig of lavender. Next time, he whispers, less thorns, more intention. You learn that some monks customize their boxes, choosing softer branches or adding a small cushion shaped like a cross. One carved an entire psalm into the back wall of his coffin, one letter per night, with the nail of his little finger. That box is now on display in the Abbey Museum. They call it the Psalm of Endurance. As daylight creeps through the cloister arches, the monks file into the chapel for matins. Their movements are slow but steady, not broken, just emptied. As if sleep had been replaced by something heavier, something sacred. You trail behind, your own feet uninjured, your back unstung. And for the first time, you feel vaguely privileged, not for your comfort, but for the ability to rest. That night, back in your bed, you lie down slowly. The blankets feel extravagant, the softness almost shameful. And yet, you sleep deeply and dream of wooden boxes, whispered prayers, and the warmth of someone standing, even bleeding, for something bigger than themselves. There's a new relic at the Abbey. You hear about it first from a breathless child who sprints past you shouting, "It farted! The holy sandal farted!" Naturally, you follow. The crowd gathers near the reliquary chamber. a side room lined with small altars, golden boxes, and the faintly oppressive smell of myrrh. But today, all eyes are on a sandal. A single, dusty leather sandal perched on a silk pillow. Supposedly once worn by St. Columbanus. Possibly. Probably. The sign next to it reads, "The fragrant footwear of the faithful." You raise an eyebrow. The relic was brought in last week by a traveling abbot who claims it emits a divine aroma. But when pressed, he could not specify exactly what kind of aroma. Now, people gather daily to sniff it, and apparently, today, it made a sound, like a tiny trumpet. One boy swears. But holier? You get in line. Because of course there's a line. The monks are already at work containing the narrative. One explains that the sandal occasionally releases blessed vapors, not gas. Another insists it's not flatulence, but the holy breath of pilgrimage. A third just shakes his head and mutters, "It's warm in here. Leather stretches." That's all. But the people want a miracle. You step forward. The monk raises the glass cover briefly. You lean in. It smells musty, not unpleasant, a bit like dried thyme and old wood. You wait. You breathe. And then, just faintly, you hear it. A soft pfft. Very polite. Almost bashful. The monk slams the glass shut. The crowd goes wild. The bishop arrives by afternoon. He inspects the sandal solemnly, declares it not inherently unholy, and assigns it a secondary feast day. A new banner is hung outside the abbey. "Come receive the breath of the saint." You wonder if anyone considered the phrasing. Relics with supposed smells weren't entirely uncommon. Some saints' bodies were said to emit odor of sanctity, a sweet floral fragrance instead of the expected stench. Flowers from bones, perfume from tombs. It was, to many, proof of a holy life. Historians still debate these claims. Some blame embalming oils. Some blame incense-soaked altars. A few suggest it was medieval mass hysteria, or just a hopeful nose. But a sandal? That's new. A nun beside you leans in and whispers, "If I had to choose a miracle, I wouldn't pick foot vapor." You nod in agreement, then pause. But it is kind of funny. She nods too. Word spreads. Pilgrims start arriving the next day, pinching herbs into their nostrils to prepare. Children dare each other to get the sandal, to speak. One woman faints and claims to have smelled the Garden of Eden. She's quickly given wine and a biscuit. By the end of the week, the abbey has created a protocol. 3 sniffs per visitor. No open laughter. Absolutely no imitating the sound in chapel. You follow all the rules. Mostly, late one night, you return alone, curious. The reliquary is quiet, dimly lit by a single candle. The sandal rests inside, humble as ever. You stare. You speak softly. "If you really are holy, just let me know." Silence. Then, pfft, you snort, out loud. The sound echoes off the stones. You apologize. To God, to the sandal, to the air, and then you leave, laughing. Because sometimes, the divine isn't thunder or flame. Sometimes, it's a footnote, a sigh, a tiny exhale of mystery wrapped in absurdity. That night, you dream of saints giggling. One of them wears only one sandal. You don't ask why. The field outside the abbey is quiet today, mist rising off the grass like a veil. You've been summoned, not for a service, not for penance, but for something stranger. A rebirth. At the edge of the pasture stands a circle of hooded figures, devotees of a reclusive sect known as the Brotherhood of the Sacred Belly. You've heard rumors, odd mutterings about their rites, whispers of crawling and chanting and cows. Now, you're here to witness it. In the center of the circle lies a dead ox, its body carefully prepared. The hide is peeled back along its underside, revealing a hollowed cavity. Not gory. This was done with reverence. The ribs have been spread and cleaned, the inside lined with herbs, straw, and white cloth. At first glance, it looks like an altar, but it isn't. It's a portal. You're told the ritual is symbolic. Crawling through the belly of the beast represents a return to innocence, a cleansing, a new spiritual birth. One monk explains solemnly, you enter with sin, you emerge with silence. You nod and try not to gag. A young woman steps forward, barefoot, wrapped in simple linen. She bows, prays, then drops to her knees and crawls into the ox. The circle hums. The sound is low, wordless, the kind of chant that makes your spine tingle and your stomach ask questions. She disappears into the cavity, the fabric of her robe trailing behind. You can hear her breath, her prayers. She emerges on the other side slowly, face streaked with dirt and peace. Someone wraps her in a cloak. She smiles, cries a little. The circle nods, and then they look at you. You weren't expecting this, but the monk beside you says, you came? That means you're ready. You glance at the ox. It's cleaner than you imagined. Fragrant. Even lavender and rosemary mask the deeper scent of, well, cow. You step forward. Heart racing, knees shaking. You drop into a crouch, close your eyes, and begin the crawl. It's warm, damp. The straw crunches softly beneath you. The herbs scratch your skin. The cloth wraps around your fingers like a second skin. There's no light inside, just the thrum of your own pulse and the lingering scent of blood, memory, and transformation. Midway through, you pause. It's not fear. It's something else. A strange calm. Like time has slowed. Like the world outside the ox doesn't exist anymore. It's just you, your breath, your past peeling away with every inch forward. Then the cloth parts, and you're out. The air is cool. The mist is lifting. You blink into the light. They wrap you in a robe and place a flower behind your ear. A silly gesture, perhaps, but you feel new, silly and sacred, all at once. Historians still argue about this rite. Some call it proto-baptism. Others link it to pagan traditions, symbols of earth, death, and fertility. A few claim it's just an elaborate metaphor, and the ox was never real. You'd like to see them try it. You walk away with straw in your hair and dirt on your feet, and not a single care. That night, your dreams are slow and strange. You move through velvet tunnels, whisper prayers in a language that might not exist, and emerge again and again into new dawns. Always crawling, always smiling, always reborn. Now, your body is soft, still, and the strange shapes of history blur gently in your mind. All those rituals, the relics, the dancing, the dreams in thorn-lined boxes begin to feel like flickering shadows on a wall, some sharp and absurd, some aching with devotion, and some beautifully, ridiculously human. You let yourself sink into the slow rhythm of the past. Imagine distant bells tolling in the fog, a monk whispering into the dark, the rustle of a linen robe as someone prays barefoot in the cold. You weren't meant to remember every name or every chant. just the feeling of awe, of reaching toward the divine with clumsy, fragrant, sometimes itchy hands. You breathe slower now. Let your thoughts drift like incense, soft, spiraling, fading into the arches of sleep. There's no need to judge those old believers. They lived with less comfort, but sometimes more conviction. They stitched miracles into the mundane, made sacraments of their discomforts, and baptized every absurdity in meaning. Let them go now. Let the sandals fart, the cheese weep, the ferret pass judgment. Let the bones rest. And you rest too. The lights are dim. The room is safe. You are warm. And all those bizarre practices, loud and echoing just moments ago, are fading like the last note of an ancient hymn. Sleep now, pilgrim. You've traveled far. Why medieval dentistry was pure horror. We descend into a world of wincing pain, blood-soaked linen, and suspiciously enthusiastic barbers. That's right. Tonight we explore why medieval dentistry was pure horror. Imagine waking up in a cold, damp cottage. The straw poking through your mattress and your jaw throbbing with a vengeance. Outside, the crows are already screaming, but you're too distracted by the fire in your face. The left side of your mouth feels like someone shoved a coal under your cheekbone, and you can't open your mouth without feeling like something is cracking. You prod at your gums, gently, bravely, and immediately regret it. The swelling is real. The pain is personal. Something deep inside your jaw is boiling. And back then, you wouldn't know words like abscess or infection. You'd just know one thing. Your tooth is angry, and your options are about to get very medieval. You shuffle to the hearth, clutching your cheek, wondering if it's a curse. Maybe it's that apple you stole last market day. Or perhaps this is divine punishment for laughing during last week's sermon. You mutter a few Hail Marys just in case. Then rinse your mouth with the cold dregs of yesterday's ale. It doesn't help. There's no dentist in your town. There's not even a healer nearby. If you're lucky, the local midwife might have a few ideas, like boiling wild fennel and asking St. Apollonia for mercy. If you're unlucky, well, you'll end up at the door of the one man who can help, the barber. But for now, you pace your cottage. Every minute brings a new wave of pulsating agony. You try chewing on a clove, as your neighbor once suggested. It stings. That means it's working, right? Wrong. The pain lingers, indifferent to your folk remedies. Toothaches in the Middle Ages weren't just common. They were inevitable. People didn't brush with bristles or floss with silk. They chewed hard bread, cracked nuts with molars, and drank whatever was closest to clean. Your teeth were tools, and tools, as you know, wear down. Some historians believe that by the age of 35, most people had lost several teeth. Others argue it varied widely, depending on social class, geography, and how many meals involved accidentally chewing on pebbles. But nearly everyone, sooner or later, faced that terrible morning where a single tooth became the enemy. You lean over a basin and spit. There's blood now. That's new. You feel lightheaded, partly from pain, partly from panic. The swelling is spread, up your cheek, toward your eye. You begin to imagine all the worst-case scenarios. Brain rot, demon possession, bubonic dental plague. Then comes a thought that always arrives. Slowly, with dread. You'll have to pull it. And not you, as in a professional with a license. You, or someone nearby, with something sharp or heavy. You remember old Gilbert, who used a rusted fish hook to yank out a molar during a thunderstorm. They say his scream scared the cows into early labor. You'd like a gentler option. The first light of dawn creeps into your window. You put on your cloak. Wrap a scarf around your face. Try to look like someone who's just cold, not someone whose left cheek is currently auditioning for its own village play. You head toward the village square. You know exactly where to go. Past the bakery, left at the well, straight to the barber's hut, the place where haircuts and horrors share the same chair. As you limp toward it, you brace yourself for what's coming. Not the pain. The medieval solution. You arrive at the barber's hut just as he's sweeping hair out the doorway with a bundle of twigs. He looks up, sees your swollen cheek, and without a word, gestures you inside. No smile, no reassurance, just a nod that says, "Yes, I do extractions too." Inside, the hut is equal parts salon, apothecary, and chamber of dread. Bundles of herbs hang from the rafters, some for scent, some for luck, and some for chewing when all else fails. The chair in the corner is worn smooth, its arms scarred by the grip of countless patients. Beside it, a table holds a basin, a small cloth, and a set of instruments that might once have belonged to a carpenter or a blacksmith. The barber squints at your face, then pokes your cheek with the back of a spoon. You wince. He nods again. "Tooth," he mutters, then disappears behind a curtain to fetch his tools. You sit down. Well, you don't really sit. You brace. The chair creaks beneath you. You clutch the arms. Your heart is already thudding like a war drum. And the barber hasn't even returned yet. This was dentistry in the Middle Ages. The barber surgeon. A man who would cut your hair, set your broken leg, and yank out a tooth, all before lunch. There was no formal dental school, no hygienic standards. The main qualification was boldness and a strong stomach. When he reappears, he's holding what looks like a pair of iron tongs. The tips are jagged, rust-stained. He calls them pelicans, which is charming until you realize why. They have long, curved beaks, ideal for gripping around the base of a tooth or a chicken's neck. He sets them down, then reaches for a flask. You hope it's alcohol for cleaning the tools. It's not. It's for you. He hands you the flask, filled with rough ale, or maybe something stronger. You're not sure. You take a swig anyway. It burns its way down, leaving your throat warm and your head a little lighter. He doesn't wait for you to finish. He places a wooden wedge in your other hand and says, "Bite." You do. It's a chunk of oak. You already know you're going to crush it. He lifts your chin, squints again, then says, "Hold still." You don't. But he doesn't care. With one quick motion, he jams the pelican into your mouth. The pain explodes like a starburst behind your eyes. You grip the chair. You want to scream, but your mouth is full of iron and fury. He twists once, twice, then yanks. And just like that, it's over. Sort of. Because now comes the bleeding, and the shock, and the what just happened to my face feeling that makes you wonder if you still have a jaw. He drops the tooth into a small tin bowl. It clinks faintly, then rolls. You stare at it, dazed, yellowed, cracked, the roots gnarled like an old tree. He hands you a cloth soaked in something pungent. You press it to the wound. The pain pulses, but it's different now. raw, empty, almost hollow, and somehow a little better. Tooth extractions weren't uncommon in the Middle Ages, but successful extractions? That was another story. Infection was a constant risk. So was broken bone, crushed roots, and losing more teeth than intended. There were no x-rays, no numbing agents, no understanding of nerve clusters, just grab and go. Historians still argue whether barber surgeons helped more than they harmed. Some see them as life-saving pragmatists. Others call them butchers in aprons. The truth probably lies somewhere in the blood-stained middle. You spit into the basin, more blood. A little ale, possibly a fragment of dignity. The barber shrugs and offers you another sip. You take it. Then, with surprising tenderness, he pats your shoulder and says, "Sleep with your head up. Don't chew on that side. Pray, if it helps." You nod, then stand, sway, step outside. The sun blinds you for a moment. The world feels brighter, sharper. Your mouth throbs in time with your heartbeat, but the pain you woke with, sharp, blinding, is gone, replaced by something duller, heavier, and, oddly, bearable. You make your way home slowly, cradling your jaw, cringing with every step. You'll need to rinse, to rest, to not bite anything for a week. But for now, you survived. You let a barber perform surgery on your face, and you're still walking. You spend the rest of the day curled up by the hearth, holding a rag to your face and contemplating life's great mysteries, like why mouths are full of nerves, and why you trusted a man with hair clippings on his apron to perform oral surgery. The pain ebbs and flows. At first, it's sharp, like someone knocking around inside your skull with a spoon. Then it fades into a dull, thudding hum, more of a complaint than a scream. You try not to think about the blood still pooling in your cheek, or the faint metallic taste you can't quite wash out. By nightfall, someone brings you a warm cloth, a bowl of broth, and a small bottle of something that burns going down. You hope it's medicinal. You suspect it's just strong. But the worst part isn't the pain. It's the realization that this is just one tooth, one tiny part of your face, and there are so many more. You begin to understand why so many medieval people just gave up. Once a tooth went bad, they let it rot, or cracked it out themselves with a rock and a prayer. Because the tools, the methods, they made pain feel like a rite of passage. You've heard of people using no anesthesia whatsoever, not because they were brave, but because there was nothing else. No Novocaine, no numbing gel, not even clove oil in most cases. The closest thing to pain relief was a stiff drink and maybe a stick to bite down on, or a piece of leather, or a strap of rawhide if you were fancy. You glance at the oak wedge still sitting on your table, bitten through in 2 places. Your tongue presses into the empty socket, and you flinch. It's like probing a battlefield the morning after. Damp, sensitive, a little unholy. You think of the alternatives people tried to avoid extractions: poultices, herbal rinses, whispered blessings, and old wives' tricks that involved more smoke than sense. But once the rot set in, there was no turning back. Historians still argue whether pain tolerance was higher in the Middle Ages or if people simply endured because they had no choice. Some suggest they even saw suffering as spiritual, a cleansing fire. Others say they just learned to ignore what they couldn't fix. But you can't ignore this. You curl up tighter, wrap a scarf around your jaw, try to sleep, and dream, as many did back then, of a world where the pain was gone. In the morning, someone checks on you, brings porridge, soft, warm, bland, perfect for your new one-sided chewing habit. They also bring a story about a man from a nearby village who had 5 teeth pulled in one sitting. No drink, no cloth, just sheer willpower and a rope to keep him in the chair. You ask what happened to him. "Oh," they say cheerfully, "he lived, but he bit through his own tongue and never spoke again." Lovely. You rinse your mouth with salt water. Or, at least, you hope it's salt water. It could be vinegar, or both. Either way, it stings, cleans, makes you wonder if it's working, or just hurting in a different direction. Later that day, you overhear someone suggest that ale makes a decent mouth rinse, not just because of the alcohol, but because the yeast frightens off evil spirits. You nod. You've heard stranger things. The truth is, medieval dental pain was just life. Everyone had it. Everyone feared it. And almost everyone had a horror story, some more accurate than others. You remember the tale of Father Ulrich, who swore his bad tooth was caused by a sin he didn't confess. It only stopped hurting when he admitted to stealing a goose. The tooth fell out the next morning. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe the goose was angry. You sip more broth and wonder how many centuries it took for someone to think. You know what would help? Not yanking teeth while drunk. But that's another section. For now, you've made it through the worst. Your tooth is gone. Your face is still attached. And your soul, if not entirely intact, is at least healing. You lean back against the wall, close your eyes, and try to forget the sound the tooth made when it came free. Spoiler, you never will. The swelling has gone down slightly by the 3rd day, but your dignity still hasn't recovered. You've been avoiding mirrors, not because you look different, but because you know what you'll see. A tired face, pale lips, and a mouth with one less soldier in the lineup. You try to smile and feel the ghost of the missing tooth. It tingles, somehow smug. You make your way back into town, more out of boredom than confidence. As you walk past the tavern, you hear the familiar clatter of mugs and the not-so-distant sound of screaming. Not the drunken sort, the kind that's raw, ragged, surgical. You follow the sound to the square, and there it is, the screaming bench. It's market day, and right between the butter stand and a pile of radishes, a makeshift wooden stage has been set up. On it sits a thick-legged chair with leather straps, stained dark from years of use. Behind it, the local traveling barber surgeon, sleeves rolled, smile tight, one hand on his forceps, the other lifting his latest patient's chin. The patient, a farmer, maybe, is already biting a rag. His eyes dart. His arms are strapped down. He looks like a man facing execution. And in a way, he is. Because medieval dental work wasn't always private. Sometimes it was performance. People gather to watch, not because they're cruel, but because it's the closest thing to a show they'll see all month. There's something oddly ceremonial about it. The raised platform, the silence before the scream, the way people flinch in unison when the forceps twist. You stand toward the back, jaw clenched in sympathy, as the barber yells, "Hold him!" And the man in the chair arches backward. The scream that follows is long, unfiltered, and somehow familiar. When it ends, there's applause. Not much. Just a few claps, some nods, a coin tossed into the surgeon's bowl, and then the next person steps forward. You hear someone whisper, "My turn," as they roll up their sleeve, not to donate blood, but to trade a tooth for relief. The screaming bench wasn't just a piece of furniture. It was a community institution, mobile, simple, brutal. A reminder of what happened when your mouth betrayed you. The straps were for safety, or restraint, or possibly just to keep people from bolting mid-extraction. And despite it all, people came, willingly, because they had no other choice. Historians still argue how much of this spectacle was necessity and how much was ritualized pain. Some records describe extraction booths at fairgrounds, dentists pulling molars like magicians pulling rabbits. One account tells of a French tooth drawer with a monkey assistant who blessed each patient beforehand. Nobody knows why. Nobody asked. Back in the square, the surgeon sharpens his tools with a rock, a wet, metallic sound that slices right into your memory. The tooth he just pulled is held up for all to see. "Look at that root," he announces, as if displaying a prized carrot. You remember your own. You leave before the next scream. You've heard enough for one lifetime. But the image lingers. That chair, those straps, the soft applause after the pain. As you walk away, a child runs past you holding something in his hand. A tooth. His own. "He let me keep it," he shouts proudly. You resist the urge to tell him he'll be back in 20 years with a worse one. You pass a woman clutching her cheek, eyes on the square. You know that look. The hesitation. The weighing of pain against fear. And you want to tell her. It will be over fast. But not painless. Not clean. Not kind. Just over. You whisper a silent blessing to her. To everyone in that line. To every medieval soul with a rotten molar and no numbing agent. Tonight, as you settle into bed, the silence of the village is broken only once. By a single, muffled cry that echoes faintly through the trees. The bench is still there, and someone else is screaming. The next morning, you wake early and make your way to the church. Not for Mass, for confession, because someone told you, quite seriously, that your bad tooth was your fault. Not medically, not physically, but spiritually. You kneel beside the altar, jaw still tender, breath shallow, and wait for the priest. When he arrives, you tell him about the toothache, the swelling, the blood, and reluctantly, the screaming bench. He listens patiently. Then he sighs. "Have you been indulging in sweets?" he asks. You blink. "A bit of honey," you admit. "Some dried figs? Once, a candied walnut?" He nods slowly, solemnly. There it is. In the eyes of the medieval church, rotting teeth could be a symptom of sin, excess, vanity, pride. They didn't yet have a working germ theory, but they did have theology. And if something hurt, there was a good chance heaven was trying to tell you something. Toothache, punishment, decay, consequence. He gives you a penance, a string of prayers, a few days fasting from sweets. Possibly also from conversation, given the state of your breath. You accept it all and leave feeling only slightly better. Back then, many believed that suffering had spiritual purpose. Pain was purification. every ache a gentle nudge toward humility. And if you confessed enough, prayed hard enough, your teeth might just stop hurting, or at least rot more slowly. Of course, not everyone agreed. Some monks kept meticulous records of their dental pain, tracking when it started, how it pulsed, even which saints they invoked. You once read about a brother who blamed his abscess on the devil hiding behind his molars. Historians still argue whether religion helped or hindered dental health. Some say it encouraged hygiene, ritual rinsing, fasting from harmful foods. Others claim it delayed real care, replacing treatment with penance. You visit the apothecary next. He has herbs, sage, clove, maybe a pinch of dried mint if you're lucky. He mixes a powder, tells you to rub it on your gums every evening. He warns, it might sting. That's the sin coming out. You don't argue. As you walk home, you remember the town midwife once telling you about a woman who swore by chewing onion skins to drive out tooth demons. The sharper the sting, the faster they flee, she'd said. You'd laughed. Now you wonder if she was right. At home, you light a small candle for Saint Apollonia, the patroness of dentistry. You place a piece of silver beside it, as custom demands. Legend says her teeth were all pulled out during martyrdom. She's now the one people pray to when theirs begin to fail, or fall out. You close your eyes and whisper, "Please, no more molars." That night, you rinse with hot sage water, chew on a sliver of garlic, and lie in bed trying not to clench your jaw. You think about how many people once believed their mouths were battlegrounds between holiness and indulgence. That sugar could doom you. That honey might offend God. You think about how easily pain can be turned into guilt. And then, somewhere in the dark, you smile. Just a little. Because you know the truth. The rot didn't come from sin. It came from the figs. You wake up gagging on the taste of boiled sage and garlic. The herbal paste crusted along your gum line has congealed into something sticky and pungent, and your tongue wants no part of it. You spit into a bowl and wince. The empty socket where your tooth used to be is now just sore enough to remind you. Your journey through medieval dentistry isn't over. Not by a long shot. Today, you try the next round of treatments. Charms, chants, and chewed onions. Because when prayers don't work and barbers make you scream, the village healers turn to the invisible things, the humors, the air, and the tiny spirits that apparently live inside your molars and whisper curses into your jaw. You start with a folk healer who lives on the edge of the woods in a thatched hut surrounded by dried herbs, cracked eggshells, and chickens that all seem to stare at you a little too knowingly. She greets you without words, takes one look at your face, and nods. Left jaw, she mutters, already stirring a bowl of mashed something. She doesn't ask what happened. She doesn't need to. Your puffed cheek and swollen eyes are a story everyone in the village knows by heart. What she's more concerned with is balance. Too much wind in the body, she says. We'll ground it with root and heat. You sit by the fire as she wraps a poultice of warm onion skins, nettles, and wild salt around your lower face. It smells like roasted regret. She begins to chant, low, rhythmic, not Latin, not English, just sound, a lullaby for pain, and you let it happen. Because when the tools don't work, the rituals remain. Folk dentistry filled the space between desperation and hope. People boiled bark, burned sage, stuffed cloves between their gums. Some chewed wool soaked in vinegar. Others tied a frog leg to their jaw to draw out the evil. You once heard of a man who wore a duck's foot around his neck to prevent tooth decay. It didn't work, but the duck was reportedly flattered. Historians still argue how much of this was medicinal and how much was psychological. Some herbs had genuine antiseptic properties. Others simply distracted you long enough to feel better, or at least feel different. And sometimes, that was enough. The healer gives you a small cloth sachet filled with dried herbs and a clove of garlic. Keep it under your pillow, she says. The ache will drain into it. You don't ask how. On the way home, you pass a boy with a swollen face holding a thin rope. He's tied one end around his tooth, the other to a goat post. He grins at you, crooked, but determined. You nod respectfully. That's one way to do it. Later, your neighbor stops by with a piece of parchment, a tooth charm, she says, blessed by a friar, copied from an older charm, which was copied from a bishop's sketchbook. You're told to recite it while facing east and touching your canine tooth. You do it, just in case. The charm says, as the moon wanes, so shall the pain. As the dew dries, so shall the ache. By milk, by salt, by silver root, let this cursed tooth be mute. You whisper it once, then twice. The pain doesn't vanish, but for the first time, you feel a little in control. That night, you tuck the herb pouch under your pillow and sleep with your mouth open, breathing through onion-scented dreams. You imagine the pain seeping into the garlic, drawn out like poison. The chants echo faintly in your ear, curling through your thoughts like smoke. You still taste sage, but you don't feel quite as cursed. And in this strange medieval world, that's progress. You're sitting on a wooden stool outside your cottage, sun on your face, when an old man approaches with the knowing look of someone who's about to share something unrequested and unforgettable. You've got the tooth worm, he says, nodding gravely. You blink. The what? He leans in, breath like roasted turnips and old socks. Worm, lives in the root, wiggles when you eat, gnaws when you sleep. He taps his jaw meaningfully, as if trying to wake the beast himself. You thank him for his insight. He grins with 3 teeth and walks away whistling. And just like that, you're introduced to one of medieval dentistry's most persistent beliefs, that cavities and toothaches were caused by tiny worms living inside the teeth. Yes, actual worms. This theory dates back well before the Middle Ages. Ancient Sumerians mentioned it. Early Arabic medical texts discussed it. And in Europe, it squirmed into popular thought like a worm into a molar. People imagined that the pain you felt was the worm moving, chewing, coiling in your roots like a devilish parasite. You weren't just suffering, you were infested. And of course, they had remedies. You visit the apothecary again, who cheerfully confirms the diagnosis. Happens all the time, he says, handing you a small jar. Inside, a sticky black tar-like substance that smells like burnt fennel and desperation. You're told to smear it onto the aching tooth and sit near the fire. Why? Because it's not just medicine. It's bait. The idea is to smoke the worm out. Literally. So, you do it. You perch by the hearth, slather your gums with the stuff, and breathe slowly through your nose as a small stream of incense curls upward around your face. You imagine the worm panicking, packing its tiny bags and slithering toward the surface. You wait and wait and nothing. But you swear the pain lessens. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's the placebo. Maybe the worm was never real, but your belief in the treatment gave it power. Historians still argue whether people ever truly saw these tooth worms. Some believe fragments of decayed pulp were mistaken for worms. Others think it was metaphor, a poetic explanation for a very real and very painful problem. A few bold practitioners even claim to extract the worm, usually by pulling a tooth and waving something mysterious in a jar. Whether sleight of hand or rotted root doesn't really matter. The patient believed. The pain stopped, and so the myth endured. One traveling worm drawer was famous for using a tiny, whittled wax figure, which he'd drop into a cloth and pretend had just come from the patient's tooth. It wasn't honest, but if it brought relief, who were they to complain? You don't see any worms, but you also don't see any miracles. That night, you dream of a small creature curled inside your mouth, gently humming a lullaby as it chews. You wake up and spit into a bowl, just in case. Still nothing. But you light a candle for the worm anyway. Because in this world of painful teeth and painful truths, sometimes it's easier to believe in something tiny and squirming than in the slow, silent decay you can't explain. A week passes, the swelling fades, the bleeding stops. You think, finally, peace. And then you take a bite of bread. Crack. It's the sound of betrayal. Not from the bread, because it was just another crusty, day-old slice like every other in your life. No, it's your tooth that cracks. A molar this time. One you weren't even worried about. You sit there, stunned. A chunk of enamel rolls across your tongue like a pebble. You spit it into your palm. Tiny, jagged, and the pain that follows. Oh, it's personal. You curse the bread. Then remember, it wasn't the bread's fault. This is the gritty diet that built you, the one you grew up on. Chewy roots, hard cheese, old meat, and flour ground with stones that left tiny shards in every loaf. Yes, you've been chewing rock dust for years. In the Middle Ages, bread was made from grains milled between heavy stones, and those stones chipped, which meant that every bite of pottage or porridge or flatbread might contain a microscopic surprise. Abrasive particles that slowly, cruelly, wore down enamel like sandpaper on soft wood. You remember the old joke, bread feeds the belly and ruins the smile. No one laughs, because it's true. Even royalty, with their honeyed cakes and stewed fruits, dealt with toothware. The only difference? They had servants to mash things first. You chew like everyone else, and now you're paying the price? You run your tongue over the broken molar. It feels sharp, like a splinter jutting from your jaw. You try chewing on the other side, but the discomfort creeps in anyway. The body knows, and it complains. You visit the healer again. She examines your mouth, tuts sympathetically, and hands you a wooden chew stick, an ancient toothbrush of sorts. Rub gently, she says, twice a day, and avoid stones. Right. Avoid stones. In your bread, you begin to notice how much of your daily food is hostile to teeth. Apple cores, boar bones, nutshell fragments hiding in cakes, mead that sticks to your gums like syrup and never leaves. You wonder if food is friend or foe. Probably both. Historians still debate How much medieval diets contributed to dental collapse? Some evidence suggests that poor peasants, eating rough whole grains and vegetables, actually had better teeth than nobles who consumed soft, sugar-laden dishes. Others point out that no matter your class, no one escaped the endless erosion of time, friction, and poor hygiene. You think about the cracked molar as you boil turnips for dinner. You mash them more than usual. You chew carefully, but the broken edge jabs your tongue like a splintered fence post. That night, you sit by the fire and think about all the mouths around you, neighbors, friends, strangers in the square, each one silently grinding themselves toward misery. A world full of smiles sharpened down by centuries of gravel and grit. You run your tongue over your molars again, softly now, counting the survivors and wondering which will betray you next. The next time a tooth goes bad, and it does, you don't even flinch. You simply sigh, wipe your hands on your tunic, and start asking around for the traveling dentist. That's what they call him, though the term is generous. He has no permanent home, no official title, and absolutely no evidence of training. What he does have is a cart full of bones, bottles, hooks, and blades, and a nose for misery. He rolls into town like a storm, mud on his boots and wine on his breath. Children run, chickens scatter. You stand at the edge of the crowd, watching him set up shop near the tavern with theatrical flair. He lays out his tools like a blacksmith, except instead of forging steel, he specializes in removing parts of people. You step closer. He's tall, unshaven, wearing a coat with too many pockets. He greets you with a grin that reveals more gold than gum. It's unclear whether that's for show or necessity. "I hear you've got a nasty one," he says, already reaching for his flask. You nod. He offers it to you. "Take a sip, or 3. This'll hurt less if you're smiling at the ceiling." You drink. It's not wine. It's stronger, possibly medicinal, possibly flammable. And then he gets to work. He doesn't ask for your name or your permission. He simply inserts his fingers into your mouth, tilts your head back, and mutters, "Upper molar. Easy. Big root. Should have been gone months ago." You don't reply. You're too busy trying not to gag. Out comes the tool. Not the pelican from the barber's hut. This one's worse. A twisted, wrench-like instrument with serrated grips and a long metal neck. He calls it the key. You don't ask why. You're afraid to know. He positions it with a practiced hand, braces your head against his knee, and tightens the grip. Twist, twist, crunch. You hear it before you feel it, a brittle, sickening crack, like stepping on dry twigs in winter. Then finally, the sting, the raw, nerve-splitting scream of flesh parting from bone. You don't actually scream. You bite. Reflex. Really. His thumb. He swears. Loudly. But he doesn't stop. He yanks. And out it comes. Root. Blood. Regret. And all. You collapse backward against the nearest wall. Your mouth floods with warmth. The sky spins. Someone's clapping. Why is someone clapping? The dentist wipes the tooth on his sleeve, examines it like a jeweler inspecting a flawed gem, and mutters, "Not bad. Deep rot. Black at the root. Could have turned septic." Then he pockets it. You blink. "Wasn't I supposed to keep that?" He shakes his head. "First one's free. I keep the souvenirs." And just like that, he's on to the next patient. You're left staggering in the dirt. Cotton jammed between your molars, your head humming like a wasp's nest. You don't remember getting home. You do remember waking up on the floor with a bloody rag in your hand and a distinct taste of iron and rosemary. Did someone pour stew in your mouth? No, just wine. Probably his. Historians still debate how common these wandering dental peddlers were. Some claim they were revered, folk healers with generations of passed down knowledge. Others say they were charlatans with stolen tools and a flair for the dramatic. You lean toward the latter. But pain makes you desperate, and desperation makes you grateful, even for a man who drinks before surgery and steals your teeth as keepsakes. Later, someone tells you he once tried to remove a woman's tooth that had already fallen out, just hadn't told him. He yanked the wrong one. She bit his ear. He kept it and wore it around his neck for 3 winters. You're not sure if that's true. But honestly, you wouldn't be surprised. After your second extraction in as many weeks, you begin to understand why older villagers speak with a slight whistle. The missing teeth, the sunken cheeks, the tendency to mumble rather than chew on consonants. It's not age, it's history. A record of every cracked root and wrench-wielding wanderer who's passed through town. You spend a few days recovering. Eating is no longer a joy. It's a logistical puzzle. You experiment with tilting your head to the right while chewing on the left, all while praying you don't accidentally graze the raw socket with a shard of vegetable. Your friends call it tooth ballet. You don't laugh. It hurts too much. Then comes the idea. Maybe it's time to try prevention? Yes. People in the Middle Ages did try to care for their teeth. Sort of. Not with toothbrushes and floss, but with twigs, linen cloth, ashes, salt, and a generous amount of wishful thinking. You dig up a willow twig, supposedly good for the gums, and chew the end until it frays. It tastes like mud and regret. But once softened, it acts like a primitive brush. You gently scrub your teeth, careful not to provoke the aching gaps. It's oddly soothing, like convincing your body you care, even if it's a little too late. Some folks used crushed herbs or even powdered brick as toothpaste. You try the brick. Once, it feels like chewing gravel and makes your tongue feel like it's been sanded. Back to herbs. The healer suggests rubbing your gums with mint, myrrh, or, if you're feeling bold, burnt salt and mustard seed paste. Keeps the rot at bay, she promises. You try them all. Some sting. Some taste like boiled boot leather. One makes your eyes water so hard you forget your jaw hurts for a moment. That's a win. You hear stories. 2. Of nobles who had tooth servants. People whose job was literally to brush their master's teeth with linen and vinegar every night. You're not sure whether to envy them or pity them. Probably both. Historians still argue about how widespread dental hygiene actually was. Some point to skeletal remains with surprisingly healthy molars. Others note that many skulls from the period show extreme wear, abscesses, and complete tooth loss by 40. It all depends on geography, class, and, well, bread. You start rinsing with wine more often, not to get drunk, but because the alcohol helps. Or that's what you tell yourself. You swish. You spit. You pretend it's science. Then there's the strange trick your neighbor tells you about. Sleeping with a clean cloth tied tightly around your jaw, soaked in chamomile tea and held in place with twine. It scares away the gum spirits, she says. You try that too. Why not? You begin to dream of a better life, a mouth that doesn't ache, meals that don't involve 3 napkins, 2 prayers, and a support group. You remember your grandfather saying, "A whole man is nothing without a whole mouth." And you wonder, was that wisdom or just bitterness? That night, lying in the dark with mint on your gums and a linen wrap tugging your face in unnatural directions, you make a promise to yourself. You will chew slower. You will pick your food. You will swish after everything. Because in this world, an intact molar is treasure. And you plan to protect the few you have left. There's something oddly humbling about measuring your days by the condition of your mouth. This morning, the pain is background noise. Not gone, exactly, but quieter, less urgent, like a neighbor hammering across the street instead of right inside your skull. You stretch, rinse with warm salt water, and feel, dare you say it, hopeful. Then you hear the bell, not the church bell, the bone bell, a slow, hollow clang, rung only when someone dies, and not of old age, but of something gruesome. You step outside, wiping your mouth with a cloth, and spot a small group gathered near the well. Their faces are long. One woman is crying softly. You ask what happened. "Abscess," someone mutters. Your stomach drops. An abscess is more than a toothache. It's the tooth turning on you. The infection burrows inward, pushing past the root, through the jaw, into the bloodstream. It doesn't just make your cheek swell, it kills. And in the Middle Ages, it killed often. You knew the man. He was older, quiet, a thatcher with strong hands and a weak smile. You remember him pressing a cloth to his jaw last week. You thought nothing of it. He thought nothing of it. And now, he's gone. You walk away from the crowd, slowly, hand on your face, not because it hurts, but because it might. Back inside, you try to remember everything you've done to not end up like him. The rinses, the poultices, the mint, the mustard seed, the owl feather prayer from that one particularly weird monk. Was it enough? You begin to understand why some medieval folks turned to extreme measures to avoid dental death. One tale tells of a monk who, upon discovering a rotting molar, smashed it out with a stone pestle and then cauterized the wound with a burning poker. He survived. He also lost half his lip. Another man paid a blacksmith to pull 3 healthy teeth, just to be safe. You would laugh, but it feels too close. Historians still debate how many deaths were misattributed to bad air or demonic possession when they were, in fact, untreated dental infections. The signs were there: swelling, fever, delirium, but the cause was hidden, deep in the jaw, rotting silently. In some areas, they started to catch on. A few proto-physicians began lancing abscesses, using sharp knives to release the pressure and drain the pus. You've never had this done, but the description alone makes you want to faint. Yet for many, it was the only chance. The healer you trust once told you. The mouth is the gateway. Let infection linger, and it walks right into your blood. You didn't understand it then. Now you do. That evening, you recheck your herbs, reboil your rinse, retighten the cloth around your chin. Not because you're in pain, but because you're scared. You go to bed with one hand tucked gently under your cheek, as if cradling the most fragile piece of yourself. And you whisper a short prayer, not to the saints, not even to Apollonia, but to your own molars. Hold on, just a little longer. You're sitting outside, sipping thin soup when you hear it again. The gossip, not about toothworms, not about the screaming bench. No, this time it's about gold. Did you hear? A woman whispers to her friend. Lady Cecily got a golden tooth, shining like the sun when she smiled. You choke on your soup. A golden tooth? In this village? Apparently, a traveling man, not the usual drunk with pliers, had ridden in from the south, wore fine boots, carried a velvet pouch, and called himself a cosmetic dental miracle worker. He'd visited the manor house, inspected the lady's mouth, and for a modest fee, installed a glistening gold cap where her front tooth used to be. Word spread like fire and straw. Soon everyone was talking. Was it real? Was it safe? Was it sorcery? Was it theft? Because when Lady Cecily bit into a turnip tart 2 nights later, the tooth came loose. Not only that, it wasn't gold. It was tin, painted with honey and rubbed in soot for shine. Worse, it had been glued into place with a paste made from flour and pig fat. She was livid. He was gone. And just like that, the golden tooth scam joined the long list of medieval dental folklore. You can't help but laugh, softly, carefully, because even in this grim, aching age, there's still vanity, still hope, still people so desperate for normalcy, for beauty, for just one smile that doesn't look like a battlefield, that they'd let a stranger stick fake metal in their mouth. Historians still argue about the origins of decorative dentistry. Some claim the practice of tooth embellishment began in ancient civilizations, Etruscans, Mayans, where actual gold and jade were used inlays. Others believe European attempts were mostly symbolic, superficial, and frequently botched. Whatever the truth, one thing is clear. People in the Middle Ages were just as prone to falling for a flashy smile as we are today. You recall a story about a merchant's son who, after losing both front teeth in a horse accident, carved replacements from bone. He painted them with ash for color, fixed them in place with resin, and smiled through a dinner party until one snapped mid-sentence and shot across the table into the bishop's stew. You remind yourself never to eat soup around liars with shiny teeth. Later that day, someone jokes about getting a matching gold tooth. We can all sparkle while screaming. It catches on. The tavern erupts with bad jokes and worse ideas. Someone carves a tooth from pewter. Another paints a bean. A third just sticks a button to his lip with honey and calls it dental fashion. You laugh again, this time with your mouth closed. But deep down, you understand the desire. You've looked in the mirror, seen the holes, the shadows, the way your lips sag a little more each time something goes missing. Maybe if your teeth sparkled, no one would notice the gaps. Maybe you wouldn't notice them either. That night, you dream of a smile made of polished silver, gleaming, perfect, silent. And then one by one, the teeth fall out, clinking to the floor like coins in a beggar's bowl. You wake up chewing air. By now, your mouth has developed a cautious personality of its own. Every bite is a negotiation. Every smile comes with terms and conditions. You've become tooth-aware, keenly tuned to pressure, temperature, and the subtle twitches that mean something is about to go terribly, terribly wrong. So when you hear about the tooth transplant, you almost don't believe it. A merchant from 2 towns over allegedly replaced a lost tooth with someone else's. Yes, someone else's. The story passed through at least 6 mouths, most of them partially intact. Claims that a nobleman, desperate not to ruin his wedding portrait, paid a poor farmer's son to donate a tooth. The local barber surgeon facilitated the operation, plucking the tooth from the boy and inserting it straight into the groom's bleeding gum. No sterilization, no waiting period. Just pop, press, pray. And apparently, it took. The nobleman smiled at his wedding with a borrowed incisor. The boy? He got a chicken and 3 coins. You sit with that story for a while, chewing it over metaphorically, because physically, well, you still have some restrictions. A tooth transplant. It sounds impossible, insane, and somehow hopeful. Historians still argue whether such transplants ever really worked. Some documents from the Renaissance describe fresh donor teeth being placed into empty sockets and healing in place. Others dismiss these accounts as myth or misunderstood cases where the body simply tolerated the foreign object for a while before rejecting it, painfully. But in a world where tooth loss meant disfigurement, poverty, or social shame, people tried anything, including turning the poor into dental farms. There are whispers, darker ones, that in some regions, condemned criminals had their healthy teeth pulled before execution. The teeth were stored, sorted, and later sold to the rich, tooth by tooth, a macabre marketplace of smiles. You look around at your village and wonder who'd sell a tooth for coin. Then you wonder, would you? If someone offered you 10 pieces of silver for that molar that barely hurts, but might hurt soon, would you let it go? It's a cruel thought. But in the Middle Ages, mouths weren't sacred. They were trade goods, tools, and when they broke, they were patched with whatever you had or could steal from someone else. You remember that your cousin once claimed he knew a man with animal teeth in his mouth, boar tusks carved into molar shapes and jammed in after an accident with a plow. He grinds like thunder, your cousin said, and no woman wants to kiss him. You wonder how true that was. You wonder how many mouths you've spoken with that weren't entirely human anymore. That night, you rinse with wine, chew on mint, and gently tap each remaining tooth with your fingernail. Just checking, just listening, just hoping they're still yours tomorrow. Because in this world, teeth don't just fall out. They move on. It's raining again. The kind of persistent drizzle that seeps into your bones and makes every wooden surface just a little too slick. You sit by the hearth, chin wrapped in cloth, not because you're in pain today, but because habit has taken over. Protection, prevention, or maybe just a medieval version of self-care. Outside, you hear the steady rhythm of hooves on wet cobblestone. Another visitor in town. You don't rise to look. Instead, you stay where you are, slowly gnawing on a turnip that's been boiled into submission. Someone knocks. It's your cousin. Again, with that look that means he's got a story, and you're the only sucker polite enough to listen. He drags in a wet cloak, smells of sheep and onions, and launches into a breathless tale about the tooth witch. She lives past the Black Ridge, he says, in a house made of salt and bone. If your mouth burns, you go to her. If it bleeds, she knows why. You raise a brow. Some say she can regrow teeth. Now that gets your attention. Tooth regrowth in the Middle Ages? It sounds ridiculous. Fantastic. Absolutely not grounded in science. And yet, in an age of saints, spells, and salves made of frog bile, why not? Your cousin says he met a man, a stonemason, who claimed he'd lost a canine in a fight. A year later, after visiting the tooth witch and chewing on a poultice of moss, salt, and boiled deer tendon, the tooth grew back. You ask, did he show you? He pauses. Well, he smiled. You nod slowly, filing this under things that probably didn't happen but are too fun to dismiss. Still, you think about it all night. Historians still debate whether any medieval record of tooth regrowth refers to actual dental regeneration or simply mistaken identity. A neighboring tooth shifting into the space, a second molar miscounted, or a child losing a baby tooth later than expected. The term miracle got used loosely. So did truth. The tooth witch story, though, feels different. You've heard variations. A woman who speaks to the roots of trees and teeth alike. A crone who boils silverweed and spits it into fire to draw out the ache. A girl who never speaks but presses her thumb against your chin and reads the rot like a priest reads sins. Superstition? Absolutely. But then again, every time the barber touches your jaw, you bleed. Every time the nun prays, your gums throb. Maybe silence and moss deserve their shot. You imagine the witch's hut, a thatched cottage with bones carved into charms, bundles of herbs drying overhead, a fire that never quite goes out. You picture yourself sitting by her hearth, opening your mouth as she hums over it. No tools, no pulling, just sound, maybe smoke, maybe peace. You want it to be real. You want to believe that something, someone, out there has a better answer than a hook and a scream. That night, you gather dried leaves and place them beneath your pillow, just in case the witch makes house calls. The next morning, you wake to birdsong, the faint smell of damp linen, and, miraculously, no tooth pain, not even a whisper. You smile, cautiously, as if your mouth might overhear your optimism and retaliate. But nothing happens. The jaw holds. The molars stay silent. The broken tooth doesn't throb. Could it be the leaves under your pillow? A last-minute intervention from the tooth witch? Or just luck? You don't trust it. So, like any cautious medieval human, you decide to fortify your defenses. You head to the marketplace. Today's goal? Preventative talismans and relics. Because when herbs and prayers fail, there's always something hanging on a string. At the first stall, you see a modest collection of tooth bones, not human. Thank heavens. Mostly pig, goat, and one ominous-looking shard, said to be from a dragon's jaw. The vendor promises protection from abscesses if worn against the skin. You pass. The next seller offers small carved saints, especially Saint Apollonia again, cast in tin and strung on twine. Her tiny mouth is closed tight, which feels appropriate. Put her near your pillow, the woman says, and your teeth will keep quiet. You buy two. Nearby, a man in faded robes is shouting about tooth dust. Finely ground fossil powder said to harden enamel and shame the rot back into the earth. You consider asking for proof, but he's already coughing into his own gums. You walk on. Eventually, you settle on something simpler. A small pouch of sage, thyme, and clove, sewn shut and meant to hang near the hearth. To sweeten the air, the vendor says. And the breath? You'll take it. Historians still debate the purpose of these charms. Were they truly medicinal? Psychological? Merely cultural? Some say the smell helped. Clove and sage do have antimicrobial properties. Others insist it was all symbolic. The act of doing something helped people feel in control of bodies they could barely understand. Back home, you light a candle beside your new relics, the saints, the sachet, the string of dried mint. Your hearth looks less like a fireplace and more like a shrine to oral survival. But in a world where dental pain is inevitable, you're allowed your rituals. You spend the afternoon inspecting your remaining teeth in the reflection of a copper basin. The view isn't flattering. Medieval dentistry rarely is. But you try to count how many still work. The left side is decent. The front two are chipped but stable. The right lower molars, well, you're not making any sudden moves. Then you see something, a spot, tiny, near the gum line. You freeze. A freckle? A bit of bread? You scrape gently with a fingernail. It stays. You sigh. Of course, no amount of prayers, charms, or mint sprigs can stop the march of time. You spit into the basin and watch the water ripple. It's not about winning. You realize, not here, not now. It's about holding the line, defending what's left, preserving function, not chasing perfection. You smile, awkwardly, a little lopsided, and whisper to your reflection, "You've got this." Maybe, probably. That night, your mouth is quiet. The saints watch. The herbs dangle. And the tooth witch, wherever she is, stays silent. You sleep with your jaw unclenched. Days pass, then weeks. A season turns. And for a brief, shimmering moment, your mouth behaves. No stabs, no throbs, no wet, metallic taste blooming behind your tongue. You chew carefully, rinse religiously, whisper polite threats to your molars when no one's listening. You start to think, maybe this is what peace feels like. And then the fever arrives. It doesn't begin in the tooth. It begins in the bones, an ache, low and steady, that spreads outward like smoke under a door. You sweat. Your joints throb. Your jaw, that old betrayer, pulses with a slow heat. By evening, your cheek has swollen. Not violently, not comically. Just enough that your skin feels tight. Your mouth doesn't open fully. And when you swallow, it stings. You know what this is? The deep kind. Not surface decay. Not a broken tooth. This one lives under the gum, where fingers can't reach and herbs can't soothe. The buried kind of infection. The kind that builds pressure day after day until something bursts. You sit by the fire and press a cool rag to your jaw. It does nothing. You try honey, mustard, clove oil. The pain responds with laughter. The healer visits. She doesn't smile. She checks your pulse, your breath, the smell of your mouth. Abscess, she says softly, deep. You already knew. She offers two options, lancing or prayer. You ask how much prayer will help. She doesn't answer. You choose the knife. The setup is simple. A stool, a towel, a wooden spoon to bite. She doesn't use iron. Too harsh. Instead, she uses a sharpened goose quill, hollowed at the tip. It's cleaner, she says, more precise, less brutal. You appreciate the thought, but not the execution. She presses the tip to your gum. You hold your breath. She pushes. The burst is instant. The pressure leaves you like a ghost fleeing a room. Pain flares, then fades. A warmth floods your tongue, coppery and vile. She tells you not to swallow. You spit, and spit again. The rag turns red and gold. You survive. Just. Historians still debate the exact methods used in medieval abscess treatment. Some accounts mention reeds or quills for draining. Others crude metal picks or even boiling needles. Recovery rates varied. Some healed. Others fell to sepsis. But everyone agreed on one thing. Speed mattered. The longer it sat, the deeper it spread. You thank her, weakly, slurring through half-numb gums, and she presses a kiss to your temple. Still breathing, she says. Good. She leaves you with a rinse. Wine, ash, a little sage. You rinse. You gargle. You spit. You lay down in the dark with one cheek pulsing and your pillow soaked with salt water and blood. And for the first time in days, no pressure. The absence of pain feels like a miracle. You dream of wide meadows and sweet apples that don't crack your teeth, of smiling with a full set of gleaming molars, of laughter that doesn't come with a wince. When you wake, your jaw is stiff, but silent. You survived the knife. This time, you spend the next few days in a fog, half sleep, half soup. The swelling fades slowly, like a tide pulling back after a storm, leaving behind bruises you can't see but feel in every chew, every swallow, every accidental yawn. But you're alive, and that counts for something. Still, your appetite doesn't return right away. Even soft bread seems aggressive. You sip broth, hum to yourself, and listen as neighbors stop by to share tales of their own dental misadventures. It turns out everyone has one. There's the miller, who lost his front teeth trying to bite through a frozen plum. The stable boy, who cracked a molar on a pebble baked into a meat pie. A midwife whose wisdom tooth emerged sideways and bulged her cheek for half a year before simply falling out mid-sentence. They talk like veterans of a silent war. You nod along, jaw wrapped in cloth. Like a survivor who understands the battlefield, one woman tells you about her grandmother's tooth calendar. She kept a carved wooden board, each square marking the moon cycles and toothaches. She said pain always comes at the same phase, the woman explains. Like the moon is squeezing the nerves. You smile politely, but that night you check the sky anyway. Half moon, aching gum. Historians still puzzle over how much medieval medicine leaned on lunar cycles. Some treatises link dental pain to full moons, others to eclipses, or even planetary alignments. Whether symbolic or superstitious, many truly believe the heavens pulled at the body as surely as tides. So you make a small mark on your doorframe, just in case. You also begin to hear rumors, whispers, really, of a tooth graveyard. Apparently, in a village 3 hills over, people don't throw out their pulled teeth. They bury them, not just casually, but with ceremony, wrapped in cloth, sprinkled with rosemary, tucked beneath a flat stone marked with the person's initials. It's bad luck to throw them away. A passing trader tells you, you lose your tooth spirit. It'll come back and rot the others. You chuckle, but only with your eyes, your jaws still on speaking terms. But barely. Later that week, a friend arrives with a gift, a pouch containing your own extracted tooth, the one the traveling dentist pocketed. I convinced him, your friend says, smug, told him it belonged to a saint. You open the pouch and stare. It's darker than you remember. A little cracked, worn at the root. But it's yours. You bury it at twilight. No fanfare. Just a small hole near the base of an old apple tree. You whisper something nonsensical and press a stone over the dirt, not because you believe the spirit of your tooth might haunt you, but because you finally understand. Every lost tooth is a story, and some stories deserve a resting place. A storm breaks over the village the following week. Wind howling through rafters, rain hammering down like falling teeth from the heavens. You sit by the fire, blanket tight around your shoulders, jaw still tender, spirits low. And then you hear the screaming? Not the usual kind, not childbirth, not bickering, not the kind of shout that follows spilled ale or a broken bucket. This one is different, wild, raw, ancient. You open the door. At the center of the square, lit by flickering torchlight, a woman writhes on the ground, clutching her jaw and howling like she's been set alight from the inside. Her face is swollen, one side grotesquely misshapen, her mouth locked half open, eyes darting in panic. The crowd is murmuring, possession. You know better, tooth infection. You've been there. But the priest steps forward, holding a cross, voice trembling with authority. He starts the ritual immediately, Latin spilling from his lips, holy water flinging into the storm, all while the woman gasps and convulses. You want to speak, to interrupt, to say, no, it's an abscess, a nerve, not a demon. But no one is listening. They never do at moments like this. Instead, the crowd nods solemnly. The devil hides in many places. Someone says, even the teeth. Historians still debate how often severe dental pain was mistaken for spiritual torment. There are documents describing so-called possessed patients who shrieked, spoke in tongues, or convulsed, likely due to nerve agony, fever, or septic delirium. But to the medieval mind, pain without a visible wound had only one explanation: evil. Sometimes, they'd burn herbs and chant prayers. Other times, they'd remove the tooth anyway, without tools, without anesthetic, without reason. The logic? If something inside the mouth causes screams, better to rip it out before it spreads to the soul. You watch as the woman finally collapses, exhausted, cradled by relatives. She isn't exorcised. She isn't healed. She's just quiet. For now. The priest declares success. The crowd disperses. The torches dim. You stay still. You've seen many dental horrors in your time. Bloody extractions, rot that smells like a battlefield, infections that knock men off their feet. But this fear of the invisible, it's the worst of them all. You head home in the rain. You check your herbs. You chew mint. You sip hot water and press a finger to your jaw, quietly repeating, it's not a demon. It's just decay. That night, your dreams are tangled. In them, someone is knocking your teeth out one by one, whispering prayers after each one drops. You wake with clenched fists and a dry mouth. Still all there. For now. The next morning, the village is quieter than usual. People walk slower, speak in hushed tones. The woman who screamed through the night has been taken to the convent. To rest, they say. You know what that means. To fade. You chew your breakfast carefully. Though breakfast is generous, it's just a warm mash of lentils and old barley. But it slides across your tongue without protest. And that's enough. Your neighbor visits. He's older, much older, and his mouth is almost entirely toothless. His smile is more suggestion than shape, his lips sagging like a worn-out purse. But when he speaks, it's clear, kind, and oddly proud. I outlasted them all. He chuckles. pointing to his gums. Let them rot. Let them fall. I never pulled. I waited. And one by one, they left. You stare. You just waited? He nods. Teeth are stubborn, but so am I. He offers you a chunk of soft cheese, molded gently in his wife's kitchen. You'll get there, he says. The pain doesn't last. The silence does. That idea stays with you. In a world obsessed with fixing and extracting, what if you simply let go? What if teeth were meant to leave, like leaves in winter? And all this yanking and burning was just resistance. Historians still argue about the acceptance of tooth loss in medieval life. Some suggest that beyond a certain age, people stopped fighting it. Smiling became rare. Mumbling became standard. And meals evolved to accommodate soft gums and shrinking jaws. Others claim toothlessness was seen as a kind of defeat, physical, spiritual, even moral. But your neighbor doesn't seem defeated. He seems light, unburdened. He tells you a secret. I kept one, he says, and pulls a small pouch from his belt. Inside, a single yellowed tooth, tied on a strip of cloth. My last molar. Fell out when I was 40. I carry it for luck. You ask if it works? He shrugs. Still breathing, aren't I? That night, you take out your pouch, the one with the relics, the mint, the little wooden carving of Saint Apollonia. You place your own lost tooth beside it. You whisper thanks. You mean it. Then, something shifts. You realize you're not afraid anymore. Not of the pain, not of the loss, not even of the stories. Because now, you've lived them. You're a walking archive of medieval dentistry. Its horrors, its half-truths, its moments of strange grace. You rinse with warm wine. You chew on mint. And you whisper, half to yourself, half to your teeth. You've done enough. You can rest soon. The last tooth doesn't fall out with a scream. It simply lets go. One morning, you wake to a faint, metallic taste in your mouth. Not blood, just memory. You run your tongue along the familiar path, and where once there was a jagged edge, now there is nothing. No pain, no sting, just an empty socket, smooth and strangely peaceful. You don't panic. Instead, you sit quietly, turn the tooth over in your palm like a pebble from a riverbed, and marvel at how light it feels. This little thing caused weeks, months of agony, and now it's just a relic. You place it in your pouch with the others, a small family of survivors, each with its own tale. Together, they weigh almost nothing. But to you, they are heavy with meaning. You're not alone, either. Down by the tavern, a boy no older than 12 is having his first molar pulled by a smiling blacksmith. Around the fire, elders compare gaps with more pride than shame. One woman tells of a tooth she kept in a jar for 7 years before finally grinding it into powder to scatter over her husband's grave. He always hated her smile. It's funny, in a way. In this little world of mud and miracles, teeth are stories, tiny, bony records of meals shared, winters endured, laughter muffled behind aching gums, and now you're learning to live without them. Meals change, more stews, softer roots, bread soaked in broth. You learn the rhythm of tongue and gum, of savoring rather than biting. No more cracks, no more snaps, just warmth and patience. Historians still debate whether full tooth loss marked a decline in dignity or a rite of passage. But from your seat by the fire, wrapped in cloth and memory, you decide it's something else. Survival. You've lived through bad tools, bad barbers, bad prayers. You've known the taste of blood and clove and copper. You've felt the sting of a twisting hook and the strange relief of silence returning. And now, without teeth, you speak more softly. But when you smile, you mean it, because your mouth no longer hides pain. It holds peace. Now, let yourself lean back a little deeper. Yes, just like that. The fire has faded. The wind outside has gone still. And even the pain, if it ever lingered, is quiet now. Your jaw rests loose. Your breath steady. You've made it through a time that chewed people up and spat them out. Sometimes, literally. Your body is still here, still warm, still yours. You've survived the cracked enamel, the wandering tooth thieves, the drunken dentists and their pelicans, the abscesses that masqueraded as demons. You've heard the bone bell toll, and yet you are still breathing. So take another long, slow breath now. Feel how the air moves through you, cool, gentle, healing in a way no salve or saint ever could. Your teeth may come and go, but your story remains. Each gap is a chapter. Each smile, however crooked, is a form of resilience. You are not broken. You are simply quieter. Let your shoulders soften. Let your thoughts drift to quieter places. Stone-walled kitchens, warm stews, soft cloth wrapped around a tender jaw. And if sleep finds you now, as it should, let it come gently, like a lullaby hummed in the mouth of someone who no longer needs to bite the world to survive it. Good night, brave one. You've earned the rest.